What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It's exceptional.
Beautiful from the bomber. For Sasha Maciek to win in style.
Okay, Paul. That'll do.
Double top for the 117. For the break of phone, a 2-0 lead.
It's incredible.
Well, we've already had a grandstand Saturday of sport. We've seen some shocks, surprises and some grandstand finishes across the football and rugby. But the darts take centre of attention this evening. The MODUS Live Lounge is the destination for the Week 3 finals of the MODUS Super Series, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. And we have the stars here in the studio this evening to big up what is a big occasion. Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson is here, as he has done all week long. And you look at this Week 3 and you look at tonight, this feels like a night which is filled with opportunities for people.
Yeah, and we've seen some great performances from everyone that's made it here through to finals night. But I totally agree with you. I think it just feels like a really open evening. It's an opportunity for someone to kind of, if they can find consistency from that very, very first match, then there's a real chance that they could be lifting the title.
Tight is probably the word to describe this week. Group A went down to the wire. Group C went down to the wire. And you get the sense, you look at some of the games that are on offer this evening, that tonight's action could go all the way down to the boil.
And there's one thing we learned from last week as well. Your record against a certain opponent, bringing that to Saturday night does not guarantee a victory. So you're going to have to stay intense. And I think Saturday night might suit some players, but maybe not others. You think about the intense players like Ronan McDonough, like Conan Whitehead. They may be able to find that next gear which they might need.
6 players in action, including a former champion in action. Let's have a look at the runners and riders tonight. Former champion Conan Whitehead is into a 7th final here at the Live Lounge in a regulation week and is looking for a 3rd title tonight. Charlie Large was a last-minute call-up but has made a big impact. He's looking to win tonight for the first time on home soil. Carl Sneed won a Challenge Tour event last month. He's looking ahead to his first ever Pro Tour event on Monday with a first MODUS Super Series win under his belt. Ronan McDonough has been a revelation through ADC Ireland this week. The confident 23-year-old has set high expectations and is looking for a first big title tonight. Sam Spivey is cool, calm and collected. The understated seaside star from Scarborough is a big threat for the title this evening. Sasha Maciek is on debut this week, and a win for him tonight would make Czechia the 15th nation to play in Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. So this is the tournament bracket for the week. Conan Whitehead won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. It was another dramatic time in Group C when Sam Spivey and Alexander Maciek made their way through, whilst Group B was a little bit more routine for Charlie Large, Carl Sneed and Ronan McDonough. And the drama began right from the very first start. Group A going down to the wire. 3 players, as you can see, tied on 18 points. It was Lee Cox that led the way for a long time in that group before Conan Whitehead would pip him to the post in the final game of the group. And if there's one thing we know about Conan, Laura, is he's got this ability, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the cards that he is dealt, whether they be good, whether they be bad, he has got this ultra resilience confidence about him, and he showed that on Wednesday.
Yeah, he lives up to that barbarian nickname, doesn't he? He really digs his heels in. He knows how to fight. He knows how to grind out a result, and he's had success here, as you mentioned before. He's a previous, series champion, as well as picking up a couple of weekly titles as well. He's going to want to be doing more of the same, but it's been up and down for Conan. Really had to fight till the very, very end, and you have to feel slightly for Lee Cox just missing out on that top spot.
Well, Group A was dramatic, and Group C went up another notch in that particular department. Sam Spivey winning it on 14 points. Alexander Masha just getting over the line. Mike Warburton actually had 2 darts to qualify for tonight's finals against Spivey. Missed them. He's out of the equation. But Sam Spivey, the player that won Group C, Paul, and it's the second time he's here, second time he's qualified for a finals night here at the Live Lounge. What is it about him and his game that seems to settle with this particular arena and this particular tournament so well?
I think Group C suits him because obviously he's been in Group C twice and won it twice. His win ratio is exceptional, but I think his unflappable nature with excellent technique, it really suits the Thursday and Friday player. And he can somewhat pick and choose the kind of games that he needs to pick out. But I think the most impressive thing is that everybody took note of him from game one. He put in the best performance of the entire week in his first game on a Thursday afternoon. And if you consider, when he was leading the table after Thursday, he never let that go. So he did what Lee Cox didn't. Lee had the lead for 14 rounds and then just let it go. But Sam was able to keep it and let the people chasing behind him just have a bit of a melee.
In terms of Alexander, representing Czechia, another nation that we're seeing here at the Super Series, really beginning to grow. We saw it about 18 months ago when Andreas Harrison was starting to win for Sweden, that these nations that we know he's got ability are just beginning now to come up to the boil a little bit.
Yeah, and it's the opportunity that the kind of association with ADC Europe has provided, because we get to see them now coming through into the MODUS Super Series. You mentioned Andreas Harrison, but you think of all the other names that have come through via that qualification process, and Mashek is just another one. And it's great to see, because we're being able to see these players that perhaps they're not household names. They're not people that you see on a week-to-week basis, but you never know. One day they may well be household names, and it's great to see that perhaps their journey is starting here at the MODUS Super Series.
We say it all the time. You look at someone like Marvin van Velsen when he was first here, you think, not sure. Is it there? Within a year, it definitely was. So we don't know where Sasha's going to be in a year. But what we've seen from him this week has been very impressive, a really good foundation.
Well, Group B was perhaps the most routine group of the week. Charlie Large, Carl Sneed, Ronan McDonough, the 3 players that made their way through. We'll begin with Ronan Paul, an ADC qualifier from the Republic of Ireland. He's got a fair few in the crowd, in the audience, supporting him this evening. He plays with this real fire in the belly, plays with real aggression, and he plays on the front foot.
And he did at the start of Friday as well, which he needed to make sure he was safe before things got tricky. But he did tail off when he knew he was safe. So that's something he's going to have to learn from. But tonight, it does feel like knockout darts, even though it is a group situation to start with. And he's never been here before. But the intensity that he brings, if he can have it from start to finish, you just don't know what he can do.
In terms of Carl Sneed, he's having probably the best 6 months of his life. Won his first Challenge Tour title last month. He's going to be playing on the Pro Tour for the first time as well on Monday. We've seen him here a few times before, but is he playing the best darts that we've ever seen from him right now?
Yeah, arguably so. He's and he's such a consistent performer. But what I love about it, when he's coming back, it's better and better. But that confidence he must be taking from what he's done away from the Super Series. You mentioned there, obviously picking up the Challenge Tour title, did well, obviously at Q School as well. Not quite enough, but he's just another performer for me that's just on the up, and I think he's a real challenger for the title tonight.
In terms of Charlie Large, well, most people on a Sunday probably have their phone on Do Not Disturb mode. I'm sure Charlie would be glad that he didn't, because he got a late call up to play this week. He's changed his equipment, playing with a slightly longer point now than perhaps he did in the past. Whatever changes he's made to his game, he's definitely paid dividends. Probably the best we've seen him here this week.
Yeah, if you think about if Charlie was to win tonight, this would be the ultimate serendipity over the last 7 days. Because he gets the call on the Sunday to say, can you play in Group B? Because Conan Whitehead was moved from Group B to Group A because of the withdrawal of Robert Thornton. Conan goes on to win Group A, Charlie wins Group B, and now I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the final tonight, just because of the serendipity of the situation in the last week. But yeah, he's going to have some support tonight, and as well as Carl, I think I've never seen Charlie play as impressively as I did on Thursday. He was exceptional.
So that is how we got to Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this is how the tournament bracket breaks down on this Saturday night. 2 groups in play. If you've just joined us here at the Super Series, the first time watching a Saturday, 2 of the 3 players from the groups will head through to the semi-finals. It's a straight knockout from that point. I'll give you both a group each. Laura, I'll start with you. Group 1, Conan Whitehead, Carl Sneed and Alexander Mashek. Alexander will probably start as the outsider because of the pedigree of Conan and Carl, but we have seen on a Saturday night how much jeopardy can be in play.
Oh, absolutely. Paul said it just a minute ago. Although it is a group stage, it does feel very much more cutthroat, very much more knockout darts, because you just don't have as much time as you do, obviously, in the group stages. I mean, Alexander Mashek, he probably started a bit slow. Obviously, he's on debut as well. Slow in his Group A campaign, but going into the next group, really did up his performance levels, finds himself here in the final. I think he'll fancy his chances, but as you say, the experience and the form of the other 2 players in the group, it may be difficult.
In terms of the other group, you look at the 3 players that are there, Charlie Large, Sam Spivey, Ronan McDonough. None of those players have won a week before. In fact, Charlie's the only player that's got through to a semi-final. They must all be thinking here, opportunity knocking.
Yeah, I think they'll expect to make the last 4. And I think Charlie will say this is maybe the biggest opportunity because he wasn't even in this week 7 days ago. And we've already mentioned that. But Ronan's going to have a lot of people supporting him tonight. Charlie's going to have a lot of people supporting him tonight. This place is going to be loud. And poor Sam Spivey, he's the one in the middle. And he's the one who will keep it together the best, you feel. But he's been given an absolute nightmare group.
He is the quiet, underestimated player, but not with the bookmakers, because he goes off the favourite tonight, 12-5 with the bookies. The former champion Conan Whitehead 11-4, Carl Sneed at 4-1. When you look at the betting, Laura, is there any surprise as to where players have been dotted?
No, not necessarily. I think, Charlie Large at 6-1, as Paul mentioned, he's playing some of the best darts we've seen from him. And again, Carl Sneed, as we said, is in the form of his life. So there are a couple of kind of good odd bets there. However, I think that test tells me that perhaps the odds makers just are a bit as confused as I am as to actually who is going to pick up the title today.
And we are. We spoke over the last hour. She's asked me, I've asked her. We don't know. And that's why tonight could be so good.
Who wins tonight? Sam Spivey is the favourite. Do you back the bookmakers in that respect?
No. I think because of the group he's in, he's got the 2 most supported players of the night in his group. If Sam was to not make the semi-finals, I would not be surprised, because it's going to be about the atmosphere. If it's somewhat placid and Sam handles it well, I see him qualifying. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Very quickly, Laura.
Yeah, I'm very much on that fence as well, to be fair. I think Carl was, like I say, in probably the best form out of the rest of the field from what we've seen outside of here. But Whitehead as well, got that experience on that stage. Honestly, I just think it's one of the most open weeks we've had in a while.
Right, you 2 get off that fence and get into the coach box. We're here for both of you as the night goes on. It's time for the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we kick off with a former champion in action. Conan Whitehead was the first ever player to lift the then £20,000 jackpot. He's looking to do so for a second time in Series 10, but his first quest is to get his hands on the weekly winners trophy. He takes on the Czech darter Alexander Mashek, and early on this morning I caught up with the Barbarian. Conan, kind of a dramatic week before it even started, really, because you were meant to be in Group B at the start, and then you got the late call up to play in Group A.
Well, I did get the late call up, yeah, and I missed a holiday for it. Thank you very much, Modus. But no, it's in hindsight, it was worth it in the end.
Anywhere nice?
It was only supposed to be Bognor Regis down the road, because I need to keep it close because we was coming back Thursday. So we was going to go to Bognor Regis Monday to Thursday morning and travel up here and play Thursday night, but didn't work out like that.
However, the sunnier climb to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth was your destination this week, and it was a dramatic time of it in Group A, particularly going into the last day.
Well, you may have seen it dramatic, but I didn't. I had it under control. No, to be fair, I mean, it was... everything went my way on the last day. It was, I needed someone to lose this, someone to win that, and someone to do this. And it happened. Then I had to, in my own head, I knew I had to win it. I think it was 4-2 against Lee. And then I ended up winning 4-1. Lee missed a few darts to go 3-2. But Yeah, that's the way I do things.
You don't like doing things easy. You like giving us a bit of drama. Going into tonight, how would you assess the form that you're in going into this evening's proceedings?
Well, I don't really know because I've not been well since Wednesday night. I got home, I woke up Thursday morning feeling really rough. So I'm all flued up and like tableted up. So we'll see how it goes. I've got a load of flu tablets in me. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm confident tonight. I mean, I'm an injured man. I never ever underestimate the injured man.
We'll never underestimate Conan Whitehead. Conan, good luck tonight.
Thank you very much, Henry.
Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man.
And that's the fish reeled in for Conan Whitehead.
For a 1-6-1.
It's exceptional. What more is there to say about that? Because it's not the first time he's done it this week.
And he is a man you should never write off. Conan Whitehead has won this tournament outright once, and he has promised us that he's going to do so at some point for a second time. He hasn't said when, but he said one day he will. But his first assignment is the ace from Czechia, Sasha Masek, who, if he wins tonight, will see his country become the 15th to be represented at a Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, it's game on here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and so it's high time to head over to the commentary box and join our commentary team for this evening's action. It's Laura Turner alongside Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, and we welcome back to a Saturday night stage the 38-year-old from Rainham, the Series 1 champion, who isn't feeling 100% tonight, but don't let that fool you. He can dig deep, and he might have to against the man nicknamed Sasha. Alexander Masek doing Czechia proud over the last 5 days. He finished 5th in Group A, where he did play against Conan 3 times. But the thing that tells you the story of the week is that Sasha was 5th in the group, and he was only 4 points behind the top. Your referee for the evening will be Jack Garwood, and he has, I'd say, the best seat in the house.
First leg,
or maybe the
Conan
best
to throw
standing
first.
position in the house.
Game on.
Because it's time to get the Week 3 finals underway in front of a very expectant audience.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people out there in the
43.
crowd. I think you mentioned, I think when we get into our Group B action, they're going to be a quite loud crowd as well. Lots of support in for Charlie Large and
100.
McDonough.
18 points for Conan over the
6.
first 3 days. He wasn't even supposed to be in that group, but took the chance, cancelled a breakaway with the family, came here and got the job done.
100.
But this guy could be really dangerous tonight.
He-
He's been steady all week, and he did find another gear in Group C.
140.
Yeah, I agree. Put 4 points on his average when he got into his Group C campaign. As you say, not far off the pace when it even came to Group A. It's just it was just such a tight group at the end.
100.
Let's not forget as well, it is his debut week, so he's learning at a very quick rate.
26.
1-2-1 after 9
Alexander, you require 100.
in the first leg of his first Saturday night in Portsmouth. Don't be fooled that Masek won't be a factor tonight. He is a Czech international
57.
with some excellent players.
Yeah, and it's a really early break opportunity here for Masek as well.
81. Alexander, you require 64.
Already some early signs of frustration coming in from Conan Whitehead. You will see that from Conan. Yeah, a bit of a slip there. 43 required. So double 16 the target. double
Game
16
shot
is
of first
found. That was
leg.
a great
Alexander
adjustment there
Mashek.
from Mashek.
If you
Second
win Group
leg
A,
is
you always
Alexander
get the
to throw
first game of the
first.
night.
Game on.
If it doesn't go well, you'll have to wait until Game 5 to put it right. It doesn't necessarily look like an easy group to get through. I mean, which one does?
92.
But when you've got Carl Sneed as the other player, one of the form players in the last
6.
month that didn't get a tour card, that is not a simple proposition.
No, as we alluded to at the top of the show, I do think it's one of the most open weeks that I
6.
can remember. And I think every player in the field will actually recognise that as well. It's an opportunity you want to take with both hands.
45.
And this whole narrative about Whitehead wanting to get another series, I can understand why he wants one, because he won the first one. He would dearly love to have that moment again
100.
for an even bigger prize than the one he got 2.5 years ago. But the thing is, he proves just how hard it is to even
140.
get back to a Champions Week, because he's only won one weekly title since Series 1.
108.
Exceptional there from Alexander Mashek. Second 180 of the match, both going his way.
95. Alexander, you require 69.
He completed the first leg in 15 darts. He could do it again on the same double.
37.
Has dragged a couple
Ronan,
of
you
darts
require
left of target. That might be
161.
his natural miss. But he is gifted another visit to take care of leg 2.
81. Alexander, you require 32.
He's getting closer.
Game shot.
And you can see
leg.
Conan in the
Alexander
background
Mashek.
nodding his head as if to say, I know you're going to hit it with the third dart. That's exactly what happened. 2-0.
Third leg is
to the
Conan
Czech
to throw
player.
first. Game on.
He has been flying solo all week, like the players do from Monday to Friday, because they don't have guests
100.
when they come into the live lounge. But he has had someone translating a little bit for him outside of the venue this week, Alexander, because his English isn't
6.
too great. So it's really important when you come to another country to have someone who understands you.
Yeah, absolutely. You just need that support
40.
network. We see it now. We get more and more international players coming over here to the MODUS Super Series. You do feel it's quite important, but for him, now the job in hand is very much getting the better of Conan Whitehead. He's got that 2-0
40.
lead. And Conan, for me, just off the pace.
I always say when a player is not feeling 100% or is
95.
maybe nursing a bit of an injury, that they could be more dangerous because they're more focused on that than the pressure.
Yeah, you get the feeling it goes one way or the other, doesn't it, really?
6.
I do agree. I think you kind of switch off to... Not switch off to the darts, but like you say, you just play with that little bit more relaxation, freedom, because you're nursing
46.
something.
I think in psychological terms it's called displacement. He is starting to struggle with that dart going left. He is 2-0 up.
95.
But he did have a dart hit at 12 earlier. That was a really big pull to the left. And some of those darts at double 16 were left of target. So that routine that he's had all week
140.
in the background, the arm underneath the left shoulder, the closing of the eyes, the visualization. It works.
Yeah, it's worked again there. And there you see
180. Conan, you require
180th
80.
180 of the week.
40.
And he
Alexander,
may
you
not be
require
stopped.
66.
Conan threw that third dart very fast. Double 18 for 3-0 and 2 breaks of throw.
Game shot on the third leg.
Eagle-eyed.
Alexander Mashek.
And 3-0 up. I just wonder, Laura, if
Full flag. It's Alexander
Mashek
first.
has been given the right group tonight.
Game on.
This is very placid right now. When we have Charlie Large against Ronan McDonough next, it won't be.
Yeah, if you have to say, Mashek,
108.
fourth maximum, one in every single leg so far for him. Making the most of this opportunity. Conan Whitehead will probably say by his own admission, this is not him on full form, but Mashek making the most of it.
He hasn't even been a big 180 hitter this week.
100.
If you're going to start hitting them, I reckon tonight's the right night to do it.
Absolutely right. His best in a match this week
40.
was against Sam Spivey on Thursday. He had 3 in a 92 average performance where he beat Sam 4 legs to 3. Pound for pound, that was probably the best he's done this week.
100.
And Conan, alongside Australian Jeremy Fagg, they're the only 2 players who have had 4 180s in a match.
123.
Now we can add Alexander to that list.
121.
But what about this for a performance?
It doesn't have to go for it. Did opt for it, but may not have gone for the ball
57.
target, even if he'd found the 51. For Conan, the difficulty here is if he does lose 4-0, which is looking more and more likely,
6.
it's going to be really cut adrift in this group.
Oh, yeah. By the time he comes back to the Oki, if this goes, Conan's going to need a big performance. Match start at double 16.
Game shot.
And he does not need asking twice.
Alexander Mashek.
Mashek has been a gentleman all week, but you can see how much he enjoyed that. He's made friends this week by being such a gent. But coming to Saturday night, you've got to be killer. And that performance was. An average of 91 and 50% on the doubles with those 4 maximums. Like Laura said, 1 in each leg. That gives him possibly 1 foot into the last 4 already. He will only need 1 leg when he plays against his next opponent. And that will be a certain Carl Sneed in Game 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the former champion Conan Whitehead is under the weather and now he finds himself under pressure. A 4-0 defeat to the Czech player Alexander Mashek before the break means that he's in serious trouble of going home. As far as Sasha is concerned, averaging in excess of 94 180s, one in each leg, and doubling to a very good degree means that he now needs just one leg against Carl Sneed to progress through to the semi-finals later on this evening. Our second game sees Charlie Large in action up against Ronan McDonough of the Republic of Iron, and it could get a little bit loud in the auditorium in a few moments' time. Pretty much 2/3 of the crowd in this evening are supporting one player or the other. But for Charlie Large, this arena is walking distance from home, and he's looking to win on home turf this evening. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with him to gauge his thoughts ahead of tonight's final. Charlie, late call up, but I suppose you're happy that you picked the phone up on Sunday night.
Yeah, well, like I said to you yesterday, I was on the PlayStation with my uncle playing whatever I was playing, and then get the message come through and said, yeah, no bother, I'll play.
In terms of this week, in terms of the way you've played, is it the best we've seen you here at the MODUS Super Series?
Yeah, I think so. Normally I'm either good on the doubles, can't score, can score, and not so good on the doubles, but I mean, to this week I think I played all right. Not my best, but good enough.
You mentioned last night there was a little bit of a tinker in terms of the equipment, which has really helped your progress.
Yeah, I've had them in since last Tuesday, I think. I won the Southampton competition, runner-up for the Waterloo one on Wednesday, beat a few good players, but they're just 5 mil longer, from 40 to 45, and just open the bed up a bit more.
And so it gives you better opportunity then to go on and score better.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, once I get the first start in, I feel like I can't miss.
In terms of tonight then, it's the second time you've been through to a Saturday here at the Super Series. You made the semi-finals last time. Because it was a last-minute call-up, is there an element of free hit, or are you eyeing that trophy up tonight?
Yeah, well, now I mean, obviously I want to win every game. If I do that, I'll win the night. If I don't, then I don't.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Go well, Charlie. Good luck.
Yeah, mate, thank you.
Which he takes. That's incredible.
Thursday.
If you like your darts loud and you like your darts with an air of edge about it, this might well be the game for you. Ronan McDonough up against Charlie Large. And it does feel somewhat like a football match, because on the left-hand side of your screen, as you can see there, are all the Charlie Large supporters. To the right-hand side of your screen are all the Ronan McDonough supporters. And they're all here for a good time tonight. It's match 2 of our evening session with Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Yes, bring on the first game of Group 2. And we are expecting a really interesting atmosphere here, as Ronan McDonough makes his first appearance on a Saturday night in Portsmouth after 5 really decent days. 18 points in Group A, which was the top amount of points amassed by anybody in that group. But he started Group B really well as well.
Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Charlie has the darts by virtue of winning Group B. And he started that group
96.
so well. When you've got players like Gary Mawson coming in on debut with all of his experience, and you've got Lee Cox in there as well.
95.
And Carl Sneed was in that Group B as well. And these two came through with him. They should be very proud of that, shouldn't they, Laura?
Yeah, I do agree. And funny thing, we've been talking to other people about, the idea of experience. It's something that we always put a lot of weight on when we talk about the performances that we might expect to see from people. But
81.
I just think the younger generation that are coming through, they're kind of ripping up that form. But when it comes to the necessity of experience, I mean, you only have to think of someone along the lines of Luke Littler, who,
98.
Even in the Masters was still making his debut. I think experience counts for a lot, but I just think the confidence of the youth players coming through
100.
is exceptional.
Patience is a virtue.
140.
Well, there's that thunderous third dart that we've talked about over the last couple of nights. When he gets a dart or two in the 60, he throws that third dart
85. Charlie, you require
with a little bit of extra seasoning. You look at the ball.
102.
Close call.
Ronan, you require 100.
And so far, the crowd are perfectly behaved, which is great to see as Ronan leaves double 10.
Game's on at first leg.
Yeah, very well taken finish there. And wow, you could hear the roar and just getting that side
Second
of his
leg,
crowd, his
it's Ronan
support
to throw
going.
First. Game on.
Ooh, look at the face of Charlie when that was hit. It's like he ordered eye drops and got hydrochloric acid. That stings.
100.
Yeah, those kind of finishes. You've had one dart, albeit at the ball, but you do get the feeling when someone's on that ton plus finish, you think you're going to come back. 9 times out of 10, you probably will. So it
43.
can hurt. And just wonder, Charlie Large has got the better of Ronan a couple of times already this week in their group campaign. Does that unsettle him slightly?
43.
I think this is a very different game. When we were talking with our presenter Henry Deacon a little bit earlier, I said that the thing about Ronan is that he was not shy to go toe-to-toe with the real experienced players this week, the likes of Mawson and Whitehead and some others. And he showed some organic emotion,
81.
which Monday to Friday can be seen as, well, unusual in a venue where there's nobody watching.
61.
That told me that maybe Saturday would suit him because he can just let fly.
He definitely let fly in that opening finish at 140. He's backing it up here with some good
140.
scoring. Down to 137 after 12.
$57. Ronan, you require 100.
We bring a lot of fans. Expectation follows. Now, that was for the treble 19, I assume. But considering Charlie's position in the leg, the single 19 is actually not a bad option. Just leave the tops. You get the treble, you don't hit double 10 and leave double 5. You find yourself in a bit of a bad position. This way, you're still on the top double.
96. Ronan, you require 40.
Yeah, chance here to extend the lead to 2-0.
Game shot at second
Taken.
leg. Ronan McDonald.
I should say I think both these players, I wouldn't want to be the dartboard. It's a very
Third leg,
aggressive
it's
style
Charlie
of
to throw
throwing from
first.
both of them.
Game on.
Yeah, if you had Hawkeye from the Marvel movies with his bow
59.
and arrow right now, they wouldn't hit the board any harder. These guys really launch themselves at these projectiles.
140.
One person in the crowd tonight who was in Ronan's corner is Niall Cullerton, who was in Group C. He stuck around. Instead of going home, he's here supporting his fellow Irishman. There he is.
$60.
Yeah, what Charlie's got to be a bit wary of is not finding himself in the same position as Conan Whitehead, who was a 4-0 loser in his opening match. You want to be getting legs on the board, even if you do lose the game eventually.
He's played a lot of darts this week, Charlie. He was talking in his interview with Henry about playing a competition in
45.
Southampton, just down the Hampshire coast on Tuesday. Played a local competition on Wednesday. Played here the last 2 nights. So this is day 5. And a lot of the time we do talk about people in Group B being fresher. He's actually in his 5th day compared to Ronan's 6th. So they're pretty much in the same boat.
58. Charlie, you require 164.
Outside chance here for Charlie Large. Finds the first. Decides against it in a sensible play, and it goes back to what you were saying
132.
before, is just make sure when you come back, which he's guaranteed to do, that you are on a double.
Now, I'd like to say it's an old head on young shoulders,
83. Charlie, you
but he's also
require
got an old
52.
hairstyle on a young head. As he goes for 2 8s.
24.
Now he
Ronan,
runs
you
the risk of being
require
3-0 down, just
115.
like Conan Whitehead was.
Great first start from Madonna. Interesting. Just taking his time. A little step back. Does that help? Does that hinder?
95.
Could have been a bit of a hindrance.
Charlie, you require 8.
Needs this first double.
No score.
Doesn't get close enough.
Ronan, you require 20.
The only doubles that Ronan's gone for in this match are tops and tens. That changes.
15.
And he is launching his
Charlie,
upper
you
body
require
a
8.
little bit at some of these shots.
Game shot on the third leg.
And now Large is launching himself into this one. And the right-hand side of the room looking at the stage
Fourth leg,
has
it's
finally got
Ronan
something to
throw
cheer
first.
about.
Game
Yeah,
on.
hopefully that may settle down the nerves. I think that 140 just took the wind out of Charlie Large slightly. That finish that we saw from McDonough in the first leg.
55.
But Charlie Large, 1 from 8. He's had chances at the outer ring, just hasn't been able to convert. So hopefully that last leg may just settle him down.
84.
Like I mentioned in the previous leg, when you launch your upper body towards the board, it's a sign of two
100.
things. One is that you're possibly tipping a little bit and you're on your tiptoes of your front foot a bit too much. But we have been told by Ronan this week that earlier in his life he did struggle with arthritis. He plays these days in honour of his granddad. And if he was to win tonight,
61.
his entire family would be proud.
Yeah, massive moments for some of these players coming up, I'm sure.
99.
The other member of this group is Sam Spivey. You'll see him for the first time
96.
in game number 4. And that will be Ronan's second game.
Yeah, the groups really do start to take shape from the very first match on Saturday's finals.
Tremendous 140.
Charlie, you require
Forcing
84.
Charlie's hand, potentially, to take this away. Oh, no. That's what can happen if you go for the treble 14. On a Saturday night, singles can be golden. Would you rather have a shot or no shot at all?
How often do we say it? Make
64.
sure of the single number.
Ronan, you require 49.
Oh, that was a bad dart. He does get one dart at tops.
Game shot on the
And that's the most
leg.
important one, isn't it?
Charlie Large may look
Fifth
back
leg,
at that
it's
ruse.
Charlie
The
to
fact
the
that he
reverse.
missed the single would have
Game
given him
on.
just the one chance. It would have been at the ball, but it's still having that chance. You just want to take them, play the percentages.
57.
Isn't it amazing how the atmosphere can change in as little as 22 hours or so? Last night, you could have had chess matches on the floor.
85.
Now it's more like a Royal Rumble.
$81.
Charlie hasn't lost many games this week. He had a really good campaign in Group B alongside Ronan,
100.
where he did beat him twice. But Saturday night games, they do count for 2 points in the group, but it feels like they actually count for more.
134.
Oh, yeah. When you get to Saturday night, you just want to make sure you just want to win every single game that's in front of you. Especially when you do have support players coming over. But that, back-to-back maximums from Ronan McDonough.
The way he's playing in this first game of Group 2, he's going to start getting the name the
99.
Adrenaline
Ronan,
Monster.
you require
Because when the
56.
adrenaline's pumping, he's totally different. Tops. 11 darter to win it.
Ronan McDonough.
That really is a brilliant performance. Are we going to see on Saturday night the real Ronan McDonough? We may have just had some evidence of it. Charlie Large did miss a 1-2-7 on the ball in the first leg, and he was made to pay for it. 82.86 just isn't good enough when Ronan's doing that. The 140 check out the biggest of the match. 50% on the doubles for him, just like we saw from Alexander Mashek in the first game. And boy, is Ronan off to a flyer in Group 2. As we now take a short break and come back to Group 1 when we return.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Stay with us on Pluto TV following the conclusion of tonight's live coverage. The next edition of our documentary series, The Story of, will premiere and involves the Iceman, the 2021 World Champion Gerwyn Price. That's going to be with you once we're done this evening. And not just that, we've got plenty of the best from the Super Series. Highlights of the Series 7 finals night, which features the likes of Andreas Harrison, Cam Crabtree, Bo Greaves, Darius Labanauskas, Reese Robinson and Connor Heenahan. It was a great night worth of darts. You can recap that on Pluto TV round about the early hours tonight once the live action is completed here. We're then going to be back on Monday morning from 9:30 for the beginning of week 4. But the action here is just 2 games down, and so far it has been very, very quick and very, very good for the players against the throw. Rodden McDonough of the Republic of Ireland has got the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 0 before the break. The the second consecutive 4-0 success that we have seen. So next up for us, we're going to see Sasha Maszek in action. He needs just the solitary leg if he is to progress his way through to the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. He takes on Carl Sneed, who's having the time of his life right now. The bomber won his first Challenge Tour event last month and is playing his first ever Pro Tour event on Monday morning. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with the man from Lancashire to talk about his week so far. Well, Carl, it's one of those Group Bs where the top three really did take command early on. Did you feel like the damage was really done on Thursday night?
Yeah, it's good to get a couple of wins over the line. If you get more than 50% of your wins, I suppose, it's a big bonus. But you still can't come in looking at other people's results. You've got to get the job done yourself, I suppose.
In terms of the way you played over the 2 days, how did you feel your performances went?
To be honest, I was a little bit disappointed. I mean, it looked well on stats and paper and numbers, but just a bit of fluency was lacking a little bit. I'm snatching at a few doubles, but hopefully I can put that right tonight.
We spoke yesterday in the studio, myself, Paul Nicholson and you, about the last few months. This really has been a journey where you've done things that perhaps maybe you didn't expect to do this early on in your career. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's just another learning curve. Just got to take it in your stride and just get on with it. It's just a game of darts, really. Second finals night for yourself. Didn't quite make the inroads you would have wanted to last time. Is it a case of improving upon your previous performance? Absolutely. I've said it before this week. You've just got to learn on your past and take it into this series, and hopefully I can get a little bit further. And it'd be a nice way to warm up for the Pro Tour on Monday in Wigan. Absolutely, yeah. Let's see how it goes. Looking forward to it. Look forward to watch you play, Carl. Good luck. Thank you, mate. Cheers. Charlie Large, a bit of a disservice in that previous leg there. He did, of course, get that leg last time against Ronan McDonough. Lesson, don't ever prepare any links. Third game in, and it is Carl Sneed up against Sasha Maszek. In the commentary box, it is Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, what a start to the night for Czechia's Alexander Maszek. He's given himself every hope of making it to the semi-finals. The only way he can now be eliminated is via a 9-dart shootout. So one leg in this contest will get him through. Winning the game will win him the group. He's up against Bomber, 37-year-old from Oldham, just outside Manchester, if you're not initiated in UK geography and you're watching from overseas. But Carl, he's got a double chance now, hasn't he? Because even if he loses this game, he will have a game against Conan Whitehead in Game 5. And that would be a shootout if he were to lose.
It's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, plenty for both to play for. But I was really impressed with how Maszek came out of the traps. I did say before, whoever could find that consistency from the very off, it's going to be very dangerous throughout tonight, because it just felt like that kind of group where we have seen ebbs and flows in terms of performance from a lot of the players. One of the most steadiest of all, though, has been Carl Sneed.
I've been so impressed with him at times. I'm going to go along with what he was saying in his interview just now.
85.
At times, he's shown incredible rhythm. And very much like the previous two players we've had on the hockey, he throws the dart through the board.
108.
Real vigour. But if he does lose that little bit of fluency, he can have an off game.
83.
And I do wonder for Carl, he's obviously been sat in the back, he's seen that opening match, he's seen the performance from Maszek. He obviously knows that he's got a job to do here.
83.
And he started off very, very well indeed.
Well, the thing about Maszek's first game is that he was playing someone he'd already played 3 times this week.
100.
The likelihood is he's never met Carl before. They swim in very different circles. Double 19 to start with a 12.
79.
Now, if you're going to miss it,
you require 93.
Feel better about the fact that you gave it a go with Dart 3. Dart 3 is at the bull.
68.
And that is by the width of a
Only
wire
required
away.
19.
Real break opportunity already at this early stage for Carl Schneid. Double four.
15.
Couple of wild attempts at the
Alexander,
outer
you
ring.
require 25.
Maybe that's what he was talking about. The fluency in the scoring department and in the doubling department are two very different things.
Yeah, there's no sweeter feeling when you can get
Game
both
shot of
things coming
first leg,
together. And
Alexander Mashek.
bit of a save there from Mashek.
Yeah, could be a very strange
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
few days for Carl,
Game
but
on.
mission accomplished for Alexander Mashek. 5 legs played, 5 legs won,
82.
and he's the first person into the semi-finals.
Well, we did say we weren't quite sure, and I think the odds compilers weren't quite sure exactly how it was going to go.
100.
I had a conversation with Henry on Thursday. They had Alexander Mashek as the outsider in Group C.
140.
I don't remember the exact odds, but I looked at him at the bottom and said, that's got to be some sort of error. I know he finished
45.
5th in Group A, but he was not that far behind. And he had some of the most consistent performances of the group.
Yeah, and I think what impressed me the most is just the fact that he managed to up that level as he's going into the Group C action as well. Group C to me is notoriously one of the hardest. Maybe I'm saying it just because I did so badly when I played in Group C, but I find it was one of the hardest
32.
ones to actually qualify. There's 6 players, 3 of which have played all week if it isn't yourself, and there's only 2 that go through.
Look at it this way, Laura.
99.
You're someone who has graced the commentary chairs and the stage. At least you made a final. Some of us haven't even done that.
I'm just hoping it wasn't like an outlier of a kind of performance over a couple of days. I think I'm a night owl. Group B suited me much better.
Trust me, you and Chris Mason have got a lot to brag about.
Game shot. at
So was
second
Carl with
leg.
that 80
Carl
checkout. Very impressive. And last night, or should I say
Third leg,
this
it's
morning,
Alexander to throw first.
at around about
Game on.
1:30 a.m. when he was chatting to myself and Henry, he was talking about the possibility of running into James Wade on Monday.
140.
He said, obviously, because I'm a left-hander, I've admired James Wade for years. On Monday, he will play in the same venue as James. I wouldn't be surprised if he draws him in the first round.
98.
Funnier things have happened.
Yeah, but it's just a great another step for the likes of Carl. Obviously, we spoke about it earlier on that Bo Greaves will also be making a Pro Tour debut as well. And it's just seeing
95.
these players coming through MODUS Super Series and making that extra step, that next step is the progression. It's so good to watch.
Well, it is progression, isn't it? Because you have it here during the week. You have the
140.
library atmosphere Monday to Friday. The progression is making Saturday and doing it in front of people and a larger audience live on Pluto TV. And the progression with the Pro Tour is to do it
58.
on a rainy Monday in Wigan before you can even dream of a glistening Sunday night in Blackpool.
137.
Now Carl is very much in the groove. If he's getting into the groove, he's playing the wrong person.
93.
Should have
Only
been playing
require 126.
McDonough.
Are you really going with that?
I've saved it all week.
Game shot
He
at
was saving
third leg.
nothing.
Goal Snead.
What a shot from Snead. This guy has got it.
Fourth
2-1
leg,
lead.
it's Carl to throw first.
And after losing the first leg, he's gone bananas.
Yeah, that 1-1 in 12 darts. And in terms of averages, just slightly under 110 at the moment for Carl Schneid. You see it there, the disparity between the
96.
two. But I wonder if Alexander Mashek actually knew that all he needed was the one leg. Obviously, he's here on debut. I'm not sure that perhaps he would have, but we've seen it with from players before.
100.
Everyone's going up there to win. Everyone wants to finish it off, finish top. But once you've got that job done, it can just let you relax slightly.
60.
This whole mindset of one game at a time, it is fair, but when you come into a Saturday night like this, you've got hours and hours and hours during the day to think about it. The right way to think about it is win 4 games. Because if you do, you win.
6.
You win 1 game in the group, there are no guarantees. It depends on width of the winning margin. He is going to be in the semi-finals. He may even play Carl a little bit later on in the final.
Yeah, that last visit there from Maszek
140.
really has offered that opportunity for Schneid, and he's taken it with both hands.
I'll tell you what Conan Whitehead wants.
Charlie require 100.
He wants Maszek to get back into this game and beat Schneid. If that happens, the game between
88.
Schneid and Whitehead would be a shootout.
There's that dart that just drifts off to the left once again.
Charlie
Lapses
require
the concentration
57.
from Maszek in this match.
Tops.
Game shot of
Can you
full
get a
flag.
better tops than that? I'm not sure you can.
They're perfectly centred, right in the middle
Fifth
of the
flag,
bed.
It's Alexander to throw first.
If you
Game
think
on.
this performance to this point of 103.45 is out of the blue, think again.
140.
Because when he won a Challenge Tour event recently, he did have a game that was better than this by quite a few points. So this is the kind of form he's in.
84.
And he attributes it, Laura, to actually starting to practice. He said, I was playing local darts, ADC stuff.
140.
I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd go and play. But now he's actually putting time aside to harness his technique, his rhythm,
96.
and his craft. It has paid off.
Yeah, and a lot of people can learn from that. I'll say here, Maszek, he is trying to fight back to get into this match. Back-to-back 140s, followed by a ton there. 1-2-1 after just 9. It's a better response here from the man from Czechia.
100. Alexander, you require 121.
Right in the middle. He can leave whatever double he wants now.
89.
Is there another twist over the next 3 legs? Or is it a temporary reprieve? I'll say one thing right now. Alexander, do not miss this, because Carl is not going to miss that 41.
Game shot of
Warning very well heeded.
Alexander Maszek.
This is an excellent game of darts. They are really going head to head. Both enjoying the battle.
Sixth flag, it's Carl to throw first.
Carl here, though, advantage to throw, has the opportunity to see the match out. But I agree, really good match between the two, and a great response from Maszek. 13 dart, hold a throw.
On Monday morning, Laura, we looked at this pre-throw routine that Alexander has, where the right arm goes
81.
under the left upper arm. At the time, I was convinced that was to try and keep his hand warm. It might be something he does
97.
everywhere he goes. Might just be part of his grounding technique for mind and technique.
135.
I have to say, the one thing you know about dart players, they do have superstitions, they do have routines, techniques. There you can see in the background, Maszek just doing it time after time. I agree. I think that's just part of the way that he approaches the match.
He keeps playing like this. I'm going to start trying that.
I'll try anything.
59.
Here he goes again.
108.
All 3 darts in a line. Look at the shape of his barrel. Tapers to the point. There's method in what he does. And because the darts are shaped like that and he's in form, he can do that. And a lot of people can't. To win. Double 4.
56.
We've already seen a 1-2-6
Alexander, you
on the bullseye in this game.
126.
This time, it's to save the game.
Yeah, 2 match darts come and gone. Couldn't find that treble required, so
98.
Al-Sneed back here.
Charlie
1 match winning
8.
chances.
And for the performance of the entire week. The average will come down, but Carl Sneed is off and running with his first 3-figure average of the week. And when it's basically knockout darts, when he comes back, he's going to be really pleased with how he's played in winning by 4 legs to 2. But the biggest thing about that fixture right there is that Alexander Mashek, with a 4-2 loss, has done enough to make it through to the final 4. Carl has just got a little bit to do when he plays Conan Whitehead in game number 5. When we come back, it's going to be a big hello to Sam Spivey from Scarborough as he takes on the man with a lot of support in the crowd, Ronan McDonough.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Carl Sneed got over the line of a ton-plus average, getting the better of Alexander Mashek by 4 legs to 2. Sashu only needed the solitary leg in that match to make his way through, and he did exactly that without breaking any sweat whatsoever. So he's through despite defeat. As for Carl Sneed, well, it's only a solitary leg for him to make it through to the semi-finals against Conan Whitehead in his next match. But we're going to park that for now because we're going to head back into Group 2 and we're going to see a return to the stage for the Irishman Ronan McDonough, who got the better of Charlie Large in the second game of the evening by 4-1. He takes on Sam Spivey, the bookmaker's favourite to go on and lift the title later on this evening. The man from Scarborough in his second finals night, having won a second Group C here at the Super Series. But he's hoping that this time is a much better experience for the guy from the seaside. Well, let's hear from Scarborough's finest. I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Sam, second appearance here, second time you've been in a Group C, second time that you've won it. How would you assess upon the week so far?
Yeah, it's been great. It was tough. It was a tight group, so really happy to come out on top, really.
It was a tighter group than perhaps the last time you played here. Did some of the experience actually the first time round come to help you a little bit?
Yeah, I think it does because it gives you confidence that you know you've already been here, you can do it. It's just making sure you do it again.
In terms of yourself, we were mentioning on commentary over the course of the week that your composure is something that seems to be a key strength. Do you feel that's your way? Is that just the way you've always played your game?
Yeah, I think I'm a pretty laid-back person in general anyway, to be fair, but I've always played quite cool, calm and collected, and even if maybe I'm not on the inside, I think it helps being like that on the outside.
Second finals night then for yourself. Didn't get out the group last time. Is it a case of just making a bit more progress tonight?
Yeah, definitely. It'd be great to get out the group. I had a pretty tough going on last time, so hopefully if I can just keep playing well and see what happens.
And I suppose for you, is this a good way to kickstart the season if you could have a good night tonight?
Oh, definitely. It'd be a great way to start the year and see if I can kick on from there.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Sam, good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Sam Spivey is retaining an unbeaten record. He's got a dart at top to preserve it. And to top the group, Sam Spivey is unassailable in Group A. He's going to get two at tops. Perfectly pinned in the middle of the bed for his Group C campaign. And the way Sam Spivey's playing, he may well add his name to that illustrious list. Right, time for permutations. Ronan McDonough needs just 2 legs to qualify through to the semi-finals, whilst if Sam Spivey can win this game 4-0, then he will be into the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. Let's see how this fourth match is going to pan out in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, looking forward, Henry, to watching Sam Spivey this evening as he makes his second appearance on a Saturday night. He does have the nickname Seaside Sam Spivey, but if he wins tonight, we'll call him Saturday Sam. And he's up against Ronan McDonough, who had a really good first game tonight, taking out Charlie Large by 4-1. If McDonough wants to guarantee his participation in the Final Four, just like Alexander Mashek, he needs 2 legs to qualify. That wouldn't win him the group.
First leg, it's
but you can
Ronan
tell
to throw first.
that he's got the bit between his teeth. He really enjoyed playing against the darts in game number 2. Now that he's got them, Laura, will we see someone actually win with them?
Well, they seem to be a bit of a poison chalice at the moment. Every single match that we've seen so far has gone against the darts. I mean, take from that what you will, but I actually think it's just the performance of those players so far tonight that have actually thrown second.
46.
Now it's up to Sam Spivey to see if he can keep that trend going.
I love your point, because
83.
we are the people that sometimes make darts more complicated than it actually is. But the people who have won against the darts tonight have had the better averages in every game.
57.
And this is what they've been. 91.09. 92.59 for McDonough. And 100.94 for Carl Sneed. They are very impressive.
Yeah, they really have kind of saved their best till finals night. Sometimes it doesn't always go that way. I often say, the goal is to get here. Sometimes when people get here, then they just can't replicate the performances we've seen earlier on. But I will say these guys, they've definitely, I don't know if they've been holding back from you and Henry over the course of the week, but they've been very impressive so far
45.
tonight.
58.
Many times we have seen people win their first game 4-1 and still go out in the group. I sincerely hope that Ronan doesn't think he's safe because he's far from it.
Ronan, you require 120.
Well, this is to get one of two legs that he needs.
100.
Yeah, just a bit short on that tops, but no real pressure here because Sam's right back on 252.
54. Ronan, you require 20.
Double 10. Spent a lot of time looking at tops and tens tonight.
Ronan McDonald.
And if he doesn't split them down very much tonight, he could have a very good Saturday.
It's Sam to throw first. Game on.
1 down, 1 to go. Win the game, win the group, and have the darts in the semi-finals. As if
45.
That's a benefit tonight.
Yeah, well, McDonough's finishing in his 4-1 win over Charlie Large. He was 4 from 8, 50%, but that did include that wonderful 140 in the opening leg. They're the kind of statistics that do win you titles.
Now, I go back to the very first Saturday night we had here on September the 3rd, 2022.
84.
That was a night that included England captain James Hurrell, former England captain and 3-time world champion Martin Adams.
60.
Stephen Burton, who's now on the PDC Pro Tour. Diogo Portela of Brazil, multiple-time World Championship qualifier and World Cup player.
100.
And the winner of the night was Kieran Tian. So all of the reputations were completely cast aside by someone from Ireland.
Yeah, and I do wonder, obviously, having played in this, had this experience myself,
83.
you do develop a familiarity with the people you're playing against out the back. Those legends, they then become slightly more humanised because you get to know them over the course of 3 or 5 days or however long you're together. And I do wonder if that little bit of familiarity just takes the edge off the fact that you are playing
94.
someone, like you mentioned there, the likes of a Martin Adams. I mean, I've been in the same group with like Trina Gulliver, for example.
57. Sam, you require 94.
You've really got me thinking about that, Laura. I think that's a great point.
Well, we tend to put players on a pedestal because, we've grown up watching them and you don't
54.
necessarily know
Ronan,
them.
you
You don't
require
necessarily see them
167.
as just your normal, nice human being, so to speak.
43.
Yeah, you
Sam,
almost look at them in
40.
action figure form first.
Game shot on
Oh,
second
Sam is on the
leg.
board.
Sam's 5.
And because he's not going to win this game by 4 legs to 0, he can't qualify
Third leg.
by
It's
just
Ronan to throw
winning
first.
this game.
Game on.
He's going to have to do it over the 2 games he's got in Group 2.
100.
The plight of Charlie Large will be very transparent come Game 6. Until that point, it won't be. So there's no point
6.
worrying about it.
Yeah, it's got a very similar feel to Group 1 as well because it'll be Charlie Large in the back, probably hoping that Madonna can do a job
93.
here over Sam Spivey. Then it just makes it that simple, straight shootout.
The person holding that sign-up's got very sore shoulders. He's been holding that up for about an hour and a half now.
129.
To no avail.
If he's hoping that Adrian Lewis is going to play next week.
60.
Sorry. We've decided to get another world champion next week in the form of Shane McGurk.
100.
More Irish representation and more Australian representation next week with Brandon Weening and Mason Whitlock. Is Sam starting to warm up
42.
here? It was a slow first leg.
I do think you can forgive a player that coming out. Obviously, the crowd is here. And especially when you're facing an opponent that's already had a game and a win out on the stage.
58.
I think the key thing for Sam by losing that first leg, he's lost it against the darts. I know the darts haven't really counted for much, but if you are going to lose it, you kind of want to lose it when it's not your throat.
114.
Went for the treble 18 instead
40.
of staying on the 60
Ronan,
with a
you require
marker.
106.
And McDonough could bring the crowd to their feet again if he can find this. Not quite.
$46. Sammy requires.
Sam has
74.
been a tops and tens guy himself this week. That's why he started on the 18s. Interesting.
38.
Not seen him do that
Ronan,
all
you
week.
require 6.
Just when you think you come to know a player, they do always like to throw something, but that's a good first start. It's left it bent right open, but back down to double 10 for McDonough, and now he's chasing it
Sammy
round the
requires
board.
36.
2 darts missed to put himself into the semi-finals.
Game shot.
That's going to have to wait.
Sam Spivey.
When you consider that he had 74 left,
flag,
54
Sam to
leaves
throw
double 10.
first.
That makes sense.
Game on.
18 leaves 56. Something's happened in the practice room. He must have been hitting double 18 well, because
140.
the last couple of days he would have gone 16 tops.
And it served him well there in the end, taking that 2-1 advantage.
6.
For me, McDonough, just a bit of a shake of the head there. I think he's potentially in that position where he knows he just needs a couple of legs to make sure he gets through, and he's
140.
We've seen it with players before. You've just got to think of the win. We say each match at a time, think of the win, not just the legs.
60.
In our crowd tonight, I've seen something that I've never seen before. We actually have what looks like a hen party here.
48.
It's the mildest hen party I've ever seen. For now, this might be just where it begins.
Yeah, we see him in the intermission, though, dancing away.
$59.
You do tend to find, and I think there's your hens.
Oh, it's a birthday.
$6.
What a great idea.
Sam, you require 100.
Come to the MODUS Super Series on a Saturday night for your birthday. When I say a tiara, I just think hen night.
I think there's a sash involved as well, so I do get the thinking.
Game shot.
I get the thinking behind that as well.
Sam Spivey.
Sam Spivey, who did not get through to the semi-finals the last time he was here.
Fifth leg. It's
Even
Ronan
4
to
legs
throw
into this first match of the night,
Game
he's
on.
giving himself a very good chance. Ronan still needs a leg to guarantee his participation
140.
in the semi-finals. If he doesn't get it right here, he's going to be sweating it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you could get two kind of almost more
95.
two characters that kind of are just very, very different. The aggression that you're getting from McDonough, and then that just unbelievably laid back
140.
version of Sam Spivey.
Yeah, this guy, if he was more relaxed, he'd be in a hammock right now. Whereas
6.
McDonough is like a gerbil on an energy drink in a translucent ball on a hardwood floor.
60.
It's an interesting visual.
I do believe they're with Team Large.
55. Ronan, you require 161.
Things might look a bit difficult for Charlie Large, depending on how this match pans out, and that sensible play there from McDonough.
129.
Wonderfully done. He has found answers this week when he's needed them.
25. Ronan, you require 32.
Another one.
24.
He's very fortunate that Spivey is on a bogey number.
Yeah, we're desperately close to those targets on the
6.
outer ring, but as you say,
Ronan, you require
afforded another
8.
chance here. secure a place in the semi-finals, and that he does.
Mission accomplished. We have 2 people in the final 4 already. Mashek of Czechia and McDonough of Ireland. But we don't know which semi-finals they're going to be in yet.
100.
This could be our first game that goes the distance here tonight, and we are
98.
accumulating a bit of a pattern. First game 4-0, second game 4-1, third game 4-2. I think this one is destined to go the distance.
In terms of the way that they've actually performed throughout the week,
50,
both
sir.
slightly off the pace, but it's been very competitive in terms of how they've fought against each other.
The
person who is definitely lagging in this group is Charlie. He's the one who only got 1 leg
83.
in his previous match. This guy's demeanour has impressed me all week.
140.
Are we seeing in either group tonight the next 2 very good left-handers?
Yeah, perhaps.
99. Sam, you require.
But I agree. I just think
43.
just the way he carries himself, Sam Spivey.
Treble 13.
93.
Leaves himself well
Ronan,
placed.
You require 164.
And Ronan doesn't have that up his sleeve.
60. Sam, you require 50.
To get 2 points in the group. But not safe passage. Not yet, anyway.
40.
Well, the bad first start. It was a single, but it was nowhere near where he wanted it. And is this game going the distance after all? It might not.
33. Sam, you require 10.
More match darts. Misses the marker.
No score.
Not once, but twice.
Ronan, you
Yeah, chasing
require
that double around the
71.
board, and a real chance here now for Ronan to level it up, but 3 apiece. Single 14 leaves tops.
31.
It's a wild attempt, and he knows it.
Well, that was a dart
Sam,
that
you
Charlie
require
Large wanted to
10.
land. Because he wants Ronan McDonough to win this match. But it's a game that Sam Spivey wins. Ronan has done his job, and he will be in the final 4. As for Sam Spivey, he's still got more work to do, but his job against Charlie Large will be a lot easier than it could have been potentially if he'd lost against the Irishman. A decent performance. The average is a little bit low, courtesy of some missed starts at double, but the job done for the Irishman, that's the tail of the tape in that one before we go back to Group 1, where Conan Whitehead has got a mountain to climb.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
the new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've completed 4 matches on this Saturday evening. In Group 1, Alexander Mashek has confirmed his place through to the semi-finals. A 4-0 victory against Conan Whiten and a couple of legs against Carl Sneed. Good enough for him to make it into the semi-finals. As far as Group 2 is concerned, Ronan McDonough's done exactly the same. Big win in his first match. Got the couple of legs that he needed to make it through against Sam Spivey. Our 5th game sees Carl Sneed back in action up against Conan Whitehead, who set up a bit of a trend this week, the Super Series stare. Straight down the barrel of the camera. And he wasn't moving one bit. Straight down the barrel of the camera. He knows where that camera to the side of the stage is. I tell you what, you wouldn't mess with him, would you? But Conan wasn't the only person getting in on the act. Lee Cox doing exactly the same there in his match against Charlie Large. It's most certainly become a bit of a trend here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And, well, you don't have to stare at your screen. You can be here on a Saturday night. Take a look at this.
Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that. Bosch. Time bases through.
Game, shot, and the match.
Can I file a report to HR about that previous league? Anyway, into the 5th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is a stare down between Conan Whitehead and Carl Sneed. As far as the permutations are concerned, Conan Whitehead needs a 4-0 win to make it through to the semi-finals. Carl Sneed needs just a solitary leg, and I need a lie down. Here's Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner to describe the game in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry. The stare downs are finished. As much as they were very entertaining over the last few days, we may have to start a social media poll to see who had the better stare down. Was it Lee Cox or Conan Whitehead? But if you like a Saturday night Super Series stare down extravaganza, you've come to the right place. But now it's down to the darts, and Whitehead is going to have to get his ice pick out and his boots, because he's got a mountain to climb. He needs to win every leg of this contest to make it through to the next stage of week 3. If he does lose a leg, then the bomber is going to be through with Alexander Mashek.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
It's a difficult thing to do, isn't it? Taking on someone who is in the form of their life and you have to get every leg. Talk about being backed into a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carl came out in that last match and was nigh on averaging
64.
around 110 for the majority of it. Ended up with 100 in the end, just due to a handful of missed starts towards the tail end of the match. But not just in form away from the Super Series, but in form here. And has made a solid start already.
There is such a thing as looking
59.
at a sports person and they look ready to win. Carl seems to have that look about him in this building for the first time.
45.
He's pumped, isn't he? He looks seriously focused.
You can never bat against Conan in any situation. He's shown time and time again that he can dig himself out of a bit of a mess.
60.
We did say Group 1 was going to be difficult for everyone involved, but Conan's made it extra hard by not picking up a leg in his opening match.
108.
But that will go some way to help.
Just a little bit.
Require 156.
He may have just gone to being favourite for this first leg. And it is for a break of throw.
100.
And he's going to have to hit this 73.
Require 73.
He's got to leave the ball. Don't go treble. He misses the
28.
target, and Sneed could send him out.
16.
Yeah, that reaction there. He knew how important that was, and he's normally one of those players that we synonymous with hitting the bullseye.
Game shot on the
But
first
that's it. That
leg.
is
Goal
job
sneak.
done, and that is Conan Whitehead out of finals night.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Saturday nights do come with possibility, but the majority of combatants will leave disappointed.
140.
You have to say Conan in that opening leg put himself in a great position. 180 to leave 73, but some solid setup play from Carl Sneed.
108.
And now you feel he's just got that bit between his teeth.
Now he will want to win the group.
30.
It's not a question of legs for Carl in this 5th game of the night. He actually has to win this game to win the group, because Mashek has finished on +2
60.
with a leg difference and 2 points. Sneed started there.
140.
So if he loses ground by losing this match, he will finish 2nd and will not have the darts in the semis. And because this is Group 1,
140.
if you win the group, you get the first semi-final. And it's very subjective, as if getting the first semi-final is a benefit, because if you win that, you get a break before the
22.
final, which is a bit longer than the
Only
other
require
second semi.
121.
All depends on what you prefer.
Yeah, just getting through is the first task. He's done that. Now it's getting topping off the group. But that last visit there from Whitehead, not on a finish.
83. Carly requires 64.
I'm always keen to see what people do on 64, whether it's going for the treble 16 or the treble 8. It was the treble 8 he was going for. because he wanted to lead
44.
tops.
Conan, you require 86.
Single or a treble. It's a single. So bullseye the target once again. And this
Game
time,
shot,
Conan
second
Whitehead
leg,
does pin it.
Conan Whitehead.
You're a dart player, Laura.
Third leg,
In that
it's
moment, is
Carl
that
to throw
bullseye
first.
one of, I've
Game
got a
on.
leg?
There you see that stare that we've been talking about. He's really knowing where the camera is at the moment, isn't he, Conan? But yeah, no, that's just getting a leg on. Here's the first one he's won all night.
Yeah, you don't want to be coming into Saturday night with all of the hope and then leaving with no
81.
legs. I don't think anybody has owned that camera as much as Conan. We might have to rename it Conan Cam.
55.
Although I think a few other players might have something to say about that. Lee Cox, Tommy Morris, and some others. We could put
95.
an incredible amalgamation of celebrations and stare downs together that would get every darts fan giggling a bit.
I do like a good montage.
96.
I remember that for your next birthday.
Thanks.
I'll get you a Super Series montage.
123.
Conan still battling away. That's the one thing you will get from Conan Whitehead. Just hasn't been his night tonight.
100.
Did say beforehand, a little bit under the weather.
And that wait for a series title to add to Series 1
76.
is going to have to go on.
Carly require 110.
Treble 18.
86.
That's worked out pretty well,
Conan,
but
you
we have
require
seen a 126 on the
126.
bull tonight from Carl. Wow, what a dart that is. Clean. But no second
84.
bullseye for Conan.
Carly require 24.
Yeah, that audible cry that you quite often hear from Whitehead. But once again, exceptional setup play for
Shot
Carl
of
Sneed, and he
third
takes
leg,
the
Carl
chance. Leads 2-1.
I don't know why he's called Bomber.
Fourth flag, it's Conan
I've got
to
nothing
throw
against
first.
it.
Game
But
on.
when your surname is Sneed, Henry's onto something. Call him the Need
83.
because he feels the need for Sneed.
Very good, very good.
It is very good. It's especially good coming from someone who hasn't seen Top Gun.
100.
Yeah.
It's actually a video game, isn't it? The Need for Speed.
40.
I will take your word on that. Many things I have been into, but gaming is not one of the biggest things I've done.
Yeah, it's a car racing game.
100.
Doing things on the road that you definitely can't do in real life.
140.
Well, this is pure pride now for Conan. He is playing in front of his wife and daughter. And
81.
they were here when he won that series title in late 2022. The jackpot money did change their lives.
121.
But maybe his daughter, Ada, is getting to the age where she will remember things. She may remember Daddy on the stage in Portsmouth. They might talk about it in 15, 16 years' time.
160. Conan, you require 117.
Yeah, and when you do have your family turn up, and any kind of support, to be fair, you want to do them proud. You want to do
Carly
a good job, and
require
it's just been a night
20.
of frustration for Conan Whitehead. But once again, some excellent setup play. That 160 there. Oh, Sneed just trying to avoid another
shot
treble
of
and
four
finishes it
flag,
off
goal
beautifully.
Sneed. Fifth flag.
What
it's
more
Carl
do we have
throw
to say about
first.
the way that Carl is playing
Game on.
tonight? Because he is turning up. You couple that 96 average with what he did in his first game. He is high 90s for the night.
140.
And this is a standard he can maintain.
81.
Yeah, I guess for people that aren't aware, just the challenge to a title, the amount of players that are involved to pick up a title there is no mean feat, and he's done that very recently.
Well, we spoke earlier in the week
6.
about some people making the last 32 of a Challenge Tour event recently, and that got them to, well, 5 games got them to the last 32.
108.
He enjoyed that one, but he had a bit of an ironic laugh with it.
Well, how often as a player have you been in that position where everything starts to come together and click, but it's just that bit too late?
Yeah, it's 4 words, isn't it, when that happens? 85. Where have you been?
Well, it is Conan first to a finish, but you get the feeling that Sneed here will be on something better. Chasing down a treble.
57. Conan, you require 155. $94.
He leaves himself quite handy. It could have been a little bit better.
47.
Sneed could be a match winner. I think Conan's been very impressed with the way that Carl's played here.
Yeah, even if Conan was on top form, it still would have been a tough challenge for him.
Bullseye. Double 18. Have you seen that before? If you say yes, you're telling porky pies.
6th flag, it's Conan to throw first.
It's just a real ironic smile off the back of that for Conan Whitehead. Just a bit of luck, obviously going for the bullseye. Falls in the 14, but a well taken double 18 and still in this match.
44.
It's not the first time we've seen something like that this week. On a 1-2-1 checkout yesterday, we saw somebody hit a treble 20, go for a 25.
59.
But go just outside into the small 11, then hit the bullseye.
Yeah, sometimes the darting gods do smile down on players.
Sneed is from Oldham, which is in the outskirts of Manchester. So if you think about some of the pools that he swims in darts-wise, there are some tremendous players from around there, including the Series 6 champion, Scott Taylor.
$140.
Sneed there threatening a second 180. This could be one here for Whitehead, almost.
140.
You just wonder if Conan's going to get another dart at a double.
57.
He's had 4. Most of the time, that's not enough to win a match.
94.
Fair, the two that he's missed in this match, I think, have both been at the bullseye, as has the lone opportunity he had in his opening match was at the ball.
Is that your way of saying he's got a score to settle with the bullseye?
He's also found it when he's needed it.
Well, Conan, you heard it from Laura.
65.
You're going to have to go treble 18, bull.
154.
He can't hear us.
98. Carly require 95.
This 95 checkered for Carl is to win the group.
Yeah, that was very loose. And Conan just talking to himself in the background.
Require 56.
Tops to level us up. And Tops is found 3 apiece.
Well, here we go. It is a one-leg shootout of sorts.
7 from final leg.
Because if Whitehead does win this leg, Alexander Mashek will win the group. Conan is in to bat for the person he shared Group A with from Monday to Wednesday.
60.
Is it Group A stick together, or will Group B win the day?
94.
That's actually something that didn't click as much as usual this week, the treble 18 switch. He's one of the best I've ever seen at it. He looks a lot more relaxed now, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, sometimes when you know that, I'm going to say job done, but obviously not in the way that he'd have liked, but when you know that there's nothing more that you can actually do to progress, you can relax. You can play with that little bit more freedom. And obviously the way he's playing right now, it's also leading to that bit of frustration that it's all come a bit too little too late.
82. $96.
Whitehead is in a pretty good position here. He was.
82.
He might still
Charlie
be.
require 141.
It's a big ask to win the group. Whitehead does like the 18s.
61.
But if you go 18s on this shot, it does
108.
have a risk attached. It's because of the flight. Double 18.
90. Carly
Just couldn't quite get the lift
8.
over. Now a chance here for Sneed to top the group.
To top it on tops.
60. Conan, you require 18.
Double 4.
Game
And
shot,
Whitehead
and the match.
does leave
Conan Whitehead.
week 3 with a win. But it's not the win he wanted. He has given his Group 1 opponent from the first match of the night, Alexander Mashek, the advantage in the semi-finals. Sneed loses by 4-3 to the Series 1 champion, but I suppose the silver lining is he's done enough to make it through to the semi-finals, where he's taken Alexander Mashek with him.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the action here, the MODUS Super Series, exclusively live on Pluto TV. So far, all 5 matches have gone against the throw. And you can now see the semi-final lineup has been confirmed from Group 1. Alexander Mashek and Carl Sneed making their way through. The former champion Conan Whitehead has departed us this evening. The final match of the group stages sees Sam Spivey and Charlie Large go toe-to-toe. The permutations in terms of this game, Spivey needs 2 legs to qualify through. Charlie Large must win 4-1 or better if he is to make it through to a second semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In commentary, Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Yes, welcome along to the last group game of Saturday night in Week 3 in Series 10. And we are guaranteed to have a new champion on this stage, which is the tail of the tape in Series 10. Because over the last couple of weeks, we've had Jensen Walker winning Week 2 and Alex Small in Week 1. And they hadn't won before either. Somebody earlier in the week called it the year of the underdog. Because they mentioned Kirsi Venikainen's victory and Richie Howson's victory in the Legends League. So, 2025 so far, we're going into the middle of February, full of new winners.
First leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Having come slightly undone against Kirsi Venikainen in that final, I would argue that she wasn't the underdog. But I know what you mean compared to possibly the rest of the field and more well-known players.
45.
But within the women's circles, she is one of the top players you want to avoid.
50.
What Charlie's got to avoid in this game is losing legs. He does have a little bit of extra room to work with than Conan Whitehead did in Group 1. He can afford to lose 1 leg. If he loses 2, he's not making the semi-finals for the second time.
140.
Sam will.
And Charlie made a really strong start in his opening match. Yes, he did lose 4-1 eventually, but it was that
58.
140 by McDonough in that opening leg, I think, just changed the outlook for him. Now he's going to have to dig deep and find something big here if he's going to beat Sam Spivey.
His first start isn't really working tonight, and I think he's starting to recognise this. If he gets that right, I think a lot of things will follow.
85.
But when your first start isn't what you want it to be, it does play on your mind.
Yeah, agreed. It's high. He's having to adjust.
60.
Look how close together those last 2 were. It's not necessarily a guide for him, like it was for Sam right there.
140.
He needs it to be in, not just outside.
Yeah, and again, just trying to adjust to find the line. I think right ends up switching. And
134. Sam, you require 140.
it's a great thing to have in your locker if you can replicate the throw, but if you're finding it hard to adjust, then it makes it very difficult.
98. Charlie, you require 50.
It's going to be tops.
Game shot.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Charlie Large.
Very good first leg from both.
Second
one person
leg,
leaving
Charlie
a double,
to throw first.
the other one getting
on.
rid of it immediately, and with a break of throw.
96.
Charlie, once again, just bringing those 19s into play. And a good cover shot these first couple of legs.
Everybody needs a plan B in life, Laura.
45.
B, C, D.
R, S.
99.
Watching darts is hungry work. It's nervous business when you've got skin in the game.
140.
Yeah, definitely worse. It's definitely worse being a spectator, especially, as you say, when there's a friend, loved one up on the stage.
It's
59.
nerve-wracking watching your good husband Aaron play in big games on big stages.
Yeah, it's awful. I'd rather be up there doing it until I'm up there doing it.
I suppose you both know what it's like. Maybe you'll be able to do it together when your young daughter starts making the big time.
Yeah, she's making headway.
57.
Part of the Hampshire County squad now. In fact, my family quite often make up half the B team because my mum plays as well.
Darts can be a family business. And Charlie's probably got most of his family here tonight.
85.
He
Sammy
hates that
require
last dart.
116.
He was trying to get under 100. And instead of a 2-darter, he's now got a 3-darter.
60. Charlie, you require
So
105.
2 of the 3 have got to be pinpoint.
Yeah, no, I just felt it was so important to get that first dart right there for Charlie so he could
53.
build on
Sammy
it.
require 56.
Now a real chance for Sam to level at 1 apiece.
Game shot on the
Right in the
second
middle.
leg. Sam Spike.
And that's the leg that Charlie can afford to lose. But no
Third
more.
leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
He looks despondent. He knows that Spivey, until tonight,
100
has been the only player to register 100-plus averages. Carl Sneed has joined that group when he beat Mashek with 100.94 earlier. And it really doesn't help Charlie that Sam has started with a maximum.
No, I'm backing it up pretty well here as well. I
100.
think it's a case for Sam to just keep chipping away. Time will run out for Charlie Large. If he
96.
We have not seen Sam Spivey lose his cool at all in the last 2.5 days. If you're looking for someone as a muse as to how to play on a stage with your head, look at this guy.
136.
Even off that 174, Spivey doesn't flinch.
I think it's probably testament
Charlie,
to the way that the game is away
154.
from even the Super Series. It's you're kind of used to having a barrage of scores thrown at you. You have to deal with it and
59.
kind of work out
Sammy
a way that
require
you can
82.
take it all in your stride.
We can't get away from the fact that this is now for Sam to qualify. He's not safe unless he hits this bull.
39. Charlie, you require 95.
Double 19.
57.
Just a little cautious.
Sam, you require 43.
And as it turns out, Sam did not need to hit the bull.
Does need to hit the tops though.
Game shot.
Tops he hits, and that
Sam
is
Spike.
2-1 lead for Sam Spivey.
That's safe passage to the semis.
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first.
The very dangerous
Game
man from Scarborough is going to be a factor in the final 4 in week 3. And look at the background. The first time this week he's shown any emotion at all.
60.
He knows he's through.
Yeah, now the
95.
knockout darts really does begin.
Just 7 days ago,
93.
Charlie didn't even know he was playing here this week. He will feel disappointed that he's not going to be in the semi-finals for a second time.
100.
But this week, he can chalk up to bonus experience. And that's the thing about experience and
52.
confidence at the same time. They have something in common. You can't get them immediately, but you can build them.
170.
Yeah, superb visit once again from Sam Spivey. Yeah, I agree. I think
6.
experience is
Sammy
something
require
that will come, but
135.
building confidence, that's also important, especially in a sport like darts.
59.
Confidence is like a brick. You can build one brick at a time.
100.
Sometime in the
Sammy
future,
requires 76.
strong winds might come along and blow them down, but you can rebuild.
Game shot
And
of full
Spivey
flag.
is really
Sam
starting to
Spivey.
find his groove. He's got another level to this.
Fifth flag, it's Sam to throw first.
And Charlie Large is looking very despondent at the back of the stage there.
Yeah, and understandably so, especially when it is on your doorstep and you've got your friends and family
58.
watching. And you have to say, he was playing arguably the best darts that we've seen from him here at the Super Series in his Group B campaign.
He wouldn't have had
96.
the opportunity to do that if Robert Thornton hadn't withdrawn. So now that he knows he can do that, I presume he will return.
81.
So he knows where his ceiling is going. And with Adam Lipscomb, the great Portsmouth
93.
hope of the last year and a bit, he's gone to the Pro Tour for the next couple of years. So he's not coming back here for a while. He may never come back. The
6.
spotlight falls over Portsmouth for somebody else that's local. And it could well be this young man.
137.
Great thinking. Went for the 25 to leave any kind of
98.
finish. It just goes to show how darts aware he is from any number.
Yeah, although I would argue the lie of those first
65.
two almost looked far too inviting based on what we've seen from Charlie Large. But I agree, you play the percentages.
92. Charlie, you require 110.
We love you too, Conan.
$57.
If Sam
You
does
require
take this 112, he will get a result that Charlie wanted. Double 16.
80. Charlie, you require
Possibly the
53.
first sign of edginess, and it offers this opportunity. Misses the big number, though. Charlie Large adjusts well, tops the target. Tops
Game
is
shot of
taken.
fifth flag. Charlie Large.
Bit similar to what we saw between Carl Sneeden, Conan Whitehead.
Sixth flag.
Now
it's
just
Charlie
playing for
to
a bit
throw
of pride.
first. Game on.
Can we talk about nicknames in this leg?
Yes.
40.
I don't know what Charlie's is, but I think it should be Charge. And his walk-on song should start like that thing they do with the basketball.
100.
Diddle-diddle-diddle, Charge. Makes sense to me. But you've got a really good idea for Sam
57.
Spivey, haven't you? And it's not Spivey Man either.
Well, yeah, we hear Spivey Man, but he could be like Poison Spivey. We've got Poison Arrows, Poison Spivey. If we want to go with the superhero theme.
60.
Poison Spivey. I like it.
96.
Poison Ivy was a character played by Uma Thurman in a rather forgettable Batman movie.
Was that with Mr. Freeze?
And George Clooney.
60.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst one of the lot. But Uma Thurman was good. And that is very, very good.
Well, in homage to your suggested nickname, Charlie Large is on the charge, looking to level us up at 3 apiece.
2 tops.
140.
Well, here's another reason for that nickname. There was a sitcom in America called Charles in Charge.
You've really overthought this, haven't you?
I really have thought about this.
145. Charlie required 20.
Double 5. He's done a Gezi.
$10.
That might be that.
36.
Spivey
and
wins
Sam Spivey.
Gets the legs he needs and also wins the group. So from Group 2, he will have the darts in semi-final number 2. Not a flicker of emotion from the man from Scarborough. Being in the last 4 now presents another opportunity for him before he goes back to North Yorkshire tomorrow. But Charlie Large was not able to make the semis on this occasion, so he loses by 4 legs to 2, and now the semi-finals are imminent.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! We're halfway through our live action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at the MODUS Super Series. The group stage action has come to a close, and before the break we saw Sam Spivey get the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to the only game in the group stage actually that went with the darts. And so Sam Spivey and Roland McDonough came through Group 2, whilst Alexander Mashek and Carl Sneed made it through Group 1. The former champion Conan Whitehead departing us at the very first hurdle. We've been watching all of the action here exclusively live on Pluto TV in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson. They're with us in the studio now. First and foremost, we'll talk about the players that did make their way through, but I do want to talk about the player that has gone home. That's Conan Whitehead, the former champion. He did admit before play got underway he was a little bit under the weather and it was a little bit below par. He'll be disappointed, won't he, tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, because as we mentioned before, it felt like this really big chance for someone to stroll through and pick up the title, and Conan would have really fancied his chances, but as you say, a bit under the weather, and it just wasn't the level of performance that we saw from him either in Group A or what we'd expect from him. But these things happen and it's disappointing. It's all about timing. We say it so often in darts, and that's an unfortunate time to illness for Conan Whitehead.
And we know Conan will come back a better version for it. Let's talk about the two players that have made it out of that group. And let's begin with Alexander Matek, who won 4-0 against Conan Whitehead in the first game of the evening session. That was a real solid performance. Every single base about the game was good. 4 180s, 50% on the doubles, average in excess of 90.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Because there's a lot we can say about Conan maybe feeling under the weather. But even if he had been fully fit, it would have been a very difficult game for him to win. And Laura put it best. He had a 180 in every leg. Now, that is crushing when you're playing best of 7. If your opponent is constantly getting one, you're always being put under pressure, whether you're under the weather or not. And his doubling was 50%. Maybe his in-between scores were a little bit lacking, but he gave himself so many chances, took 50% of them, and moved on and won the group.
Is he a better player than perhaps at the beginning of the week we gave him credit for? I remember I was in commentary in Group C and I said maybe he's a player that's a bit of a developmental player, someone that maybe we'll see further down the track, further down the line. But actually, what he's shown the last couple of days is he might be a player that's ready to burst at the seams right now.
It's easy to say that, but if you consider what he's already done, he's played on the European Tour in Riesa about 10, 11 months ago. I know he didn't win that game, but if you're making a European Tour event through a qualifier, already, you've done something. He's played for his country with great success, making the final of the team event and only lost out to a brilliant Sweden side. We can say at this juncture that when he's come to the Super Series for the first time, he is someone we've got to keep an eye out for. But if you speak to most people within the sport, they know his name. They know he's very friendly, he's very quiet, and he's been quiet this week because he doesn't speak English. But the thing is, that's been a big weapon for him because he doesn't get involved in the chatter, the banter. He gets up and he does his job.
In terms of Carl Sneed, we mentioned at the beginning of the show he's playing the darts of his life. Well, some of the performances this evening were outstanding, average in excess of a ton, the best that we've seen so far tonight.
Yeah, and it's what we came to expect. To be fair, in the match where he averaged a ton, he was actually nigh on 110 almost for most of that match. It was just a handful of missed darts towards the tail end of the game. But it's what we've come to expect. Paul mentioned, obviously, if he gets his rhythm right, then that's when you're going to see the best. He stuttered slightly when it came to finishing, when it came to the outer ring on a few occasions, but had more than enough scoring power to get himself comfortably over the line.
In terms of Group 2, Sam Spivey is the only player who's won every single match tonight. We said at the beginning of the programme he was the favourite to go on and win. He has this understated nature about him because he doesn't come across as maybe flashy, that he doesn't do anything that perhaps stands himself out. He just goes about his business in a laid-back manner, but he lets his darts do the talking and then some.
Yeah, he does. And I think there's one thing that keeps him as favourite to this point. It's the fact that he hasn't played his best game yet. Mm-hmm. When he was in Group C, he would have a 100 average either day. So there'd be 1 point where he would really get it right. He hasn't needed it yet. So it might still be in the tank. Get through to the final, and if he's got his best game left, then you've got a winner. But I can see Sneed and Spivey showing real gumption in the next round of play that they have, because now it's time to play knockout darts and we'll see what they're made of.
Ronald McDonough's a bit of a live wire, isn't he? He's got a lot of fans in the auditorium this evening and he's playing up to him, but playing well as well.
Yeah, and like this 140 checkout, it was his first chance at a finish this evening. Took it out, gave it this massive roar, fired up his supporters, fired up the crowd, and really set the tone for the rest of the match. He dominated Charlie Large from then on in, and yeah, he just put himself in a perfect position from the very off.
I think that's what they call peacockery, isn't it, Nico?
You'll have to ask Conor Heenahan, because that's who he reminded me of doing that. That's just real spirit. And that's what we want. When you make it to a Saturday night, don't be shy. Go up there and show us who you are. Because we don't want everybody to be that somewhat understated robotic dart player. We want characters. We want people who are willing to show us what you're made of. And sometimes, throughout the course of the week, we've seen that from Ronan, but tonight is a different beast and he's gone up a level.
He most definitely has. We're having a look at the conclusion of his match against Charlie Large, where he was supercharged and he definitely was enjoying the interaction with the crowd, the support, as you can see to the right-hand side of your picture, making the trip over from the Republic of Ireland to the United Kingdom. And look, if you're going to finish off with a little bit of style, an 11-darter to see the 4-1 victory against Charlie Large. We're going to see him in the semi-finals in a few moments' time. Now, he's going to take on Sasha Maszek in the first of those semi-finals. Is it fair to say, Laura, we're going to see a bit of a contrast of styles in that particular match?
Yes, I think that's very fair to say. But I think, both players, they need to let their darts now do the talking. I love the kind of reaction. But for me, Maszek has been just very, very consistent. Kind of fell apart slightly, but I think in the second one. But I do think that's mainly because it was job done already. Maybe knew he was through to the semi-final. But yeah, very contrasting in the way they play.
I think the key thing for this fixture is that it's not a mystery. They've played each other 3 times already. Those games are almost irrelevant because both players have progressed since playing in Group A. But I do believe that knowing the player is important when you have a knockout match like this. So any tendencies that you've seen on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when they happen, they're not something out of the blue.
And just a very quick word on that second semi-final, Sam Spivey against Carl Sneed. That feels mouth-watering.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Paul put it perfectly. I think we haven't seen the best from Sam. We know what he can produce, and we've already seen some of the levels that Carl can produce as well. So if they can both bring that, I'm really looking forward to all of them. But that one especially, I think, could really be explosive.
Laura, Paul, thank you very much. We'll speak to you in a few moments' time. It's time for a break here at the MODUS Super Series, but we've got 2 semi-finals for you on the other side. It kicks off with the man from Czechia, Alexander Maszek. He takes on the Irishman, Ronan McDonough. The live action will get back underway here on Pluto TV in a couple of moments' time.
.54, Charlie Maguire 164. .44. .32, Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26, Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing live coverage of the MODUS Super Series. Our first semi-final is about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's a meeting between Czechia and the Republic of Ireland, a meeting of two debutants as Alexander Mashek and Ronan McDonough go toe-to-toe.
And he does not need asking twice. Mashek has been a gentleman all week. Tops. 11 darter to win it. That really is a brilliant performance.
It's our first semi-final and it's time to head over to commentary for it. It's Laura Turner alongside Paul Nicholson.
Welcome to the semi-finals. And now we have our fourth meeting of the week between these two international players. But like we said in the studio just now, the three previous ones really don't mean much. They were days ago. They were group games. It's all about making the final now and being one game away from being a Super Series weekly winner, getting a medal round your neck, and the possibility of £5,000 in prize money as well, which is a lot more in Czech krona.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Yeah, interesting. Both these players, obviously, here on debut, both making it through to their semi-finals. I don't know what their expectation was coming into this week. I think for a lot of people, especially when they're on debut, of course, anything can happen, but it's just... I think just showing that you can play in this kind of atmosphere, this kind of environment. But now we're here at the semi-final stage, just within touching distance of a weekly title and a return back for Champions Week. Feels like a huge opportunity and a nice embrace from both of them.
They start as friends, but only one can go through.
60.
I wonder if they've had this conversation earlier in the week. Probably not, because Alexander Mashek doesn't speak English. And I'm pretty sure that Ronan's Czech is not up to scratch. But imagine saying to themselves, if they could communicate on Monday morning.
90.
Imagine if we're in the semi-finals together on Saturday night. That has come true.
You know, I quite often say when you get to this point, it's a combination of a whole week's work for these people. You know, it's they've really put in the shift to get to this point. And for one, it's going to be elation. They're going to make it through to the final on debut. And for the other, real disappointment.
Well, I liken a Super Series week to a tunnel. You put 12 people in the tunnel at different junctures, 6 of them at the start, 6 other ones are halfway. They're all trying to get their way through to the end. One is allowed to go through the other side. The other 11 have to go back to the start.
Is that a tunnel? It feels like running a gauntlet. Maybe that's just my experience.
Alexander, you require 114.
You're going to have to tell me about the kind of tunnels you know about, Laura. Treble 18. That takes care of the 4. But he's still looking at the treble 18 now.
36.
Yeah, not the set play he would have hoped for there, Mashek, but
100.
Now under a little bit of pressure. Donna just tapping on the shoulder.
His doubling so far tonight has been really good.
38.
It's exactly 50% up until that shot. How's the tops for Ronan?
65.
Yeah, width of a wire.
Alexander, you require.
Really was a well-thrown dart. But chance for the first leg here for the man from Czechia.
Big deep breath.
20.
Oh, how things can change when it's knockout darts. There'll be noise if tops is found.
Game's on the first leg. Ronan McDonald.
Double 10 has been an ally for the man from Clothen.
Second leg, it's Ronan to throw
I do believe
first.
that is a place that is right in the middle of Ireland. And I mean right in the middle.
Feels like a different version of Ronan at this stage. Very much more focused, taking his time, those deep breaths. But the reaction was very much what we would have expected.
Well, just imagine the bragging rights over the course of 2 weeks here. If Ronan was to win tonight,
45.
I don't know if he's friendly with Shane McGurk, but I can imagine this confident young man walking up to Shane and saying, I've got one of these weekly titles, you haven't. And then Shane's retort is, well, I've got something that you don't have.
You beat me to it. I shall raise you a world championship.
45.
I can imagine the banter between the Irish dart players being legendary. And we could have a plethora of Irish dart players in our Champions Week
100.
at the end of April, providing that some of them do make it through. We've got a Welsh player in Alex Small and an Englishman by the name of Jensen Walker as well.
140. Ronan,
If we're going to have another nation in Champions Week, one of these two have got to win tonight.
60.
Well, the one thing we do know is that one of them will be at least through to the final to put themselves in position to lift the title.
58. Ronan, you require 104.
Still looking to leave tops. And Mashek is starting to flag.
Yeah, I agree. And these are the type of matches that performance, of course, at every match, you want to make it easy for yourself. You want to put in a massive performance, but this is all about getting across the line. This is all about making the final. Now, knockout darts is so different than group stage action.
Yes, it is.
53.
And you don't know how you're going to handle it
Ronan, you require
until you're
6.
in the situation. It's a sink or swim feeling. Just jump in the deep end and see how you handle it.
Game's on the second leg.
Ronan can swim. Right now he's performing like Michael Phelps.
Third leg, it's Alexander to throw
It's not a
first.
massive average by any means, but he's winning the situation, which is all you need to do.
Yeah, performance
43.
averages everything now. Nothing really matters. It's about the first one to get to 4 legs.
The first couple of days of this week,
60.
McDonough wasn't even playing with his own flights. Apparently he'd left his equipment back in Ireland. Had to wait until the right stuff could be brought over. He went to the dart shop in Portsmouth to see if they had it. They didn't. So he had to be makeshift for 2 days. He was still winning games.
34.
But maybe with the equipment that he trusts, he has found another level.
85.
And that scoring price, those 180s that we saw earlier from Mashek, just completely deserting him at a time where he possibly needs them the most.
97.
His proximity to targets has been way off in this semi-final.
26.
And when you see this from your opponent, you've got to go for the throat. Get them now before they start clicking into gear.
Yeah, even then, from McDonough, just the 3 straight, he's happy enough with them at this stage in the match.
100. Ronan, you require 150. 60.
I wonder if those
Alexander,
early
you
darts
require
at double
107.
that Mashek missed have wounded his confidence a little bit. And now he can't take 106 in 2.
39. Ronan, you require
Comes
90.
up dry there, can't find a treble, so a chance to stretch the lead. Double 15 is the target.
All week long, he's looked a little hot on the stage. But he's starting to look like a winner.
Fourth leg.
God, can you imagine having this studio on Ireland?
Game on.
Might as well feel like it. This place is feeling like St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, and that was some real swagger that you saw as he collected the darts and walked round to the back of the stage. Now he's starting to believe.
40.
Darting spirit personified. Not just by the player, but by the support.
100.
I think even Conan Whitehead's got a 180 card in the air now.
95.
Group A will do. Interesting.
60.
Firmly in the hands of the Irishman. He has more than a 1 dart lead, and it's being stretched.
100.
Leaving a bogey number there. Yes, he probably thinks he shouldn't have done it, but it's not going to hurt him.
No, absolutely not. But you could just see from the reaction, he's
140.
very engrossed. He's completely embroiled in the match and just getting across the line.
Stay engrossed.
100.
That's an interesting leave. Double 13 to make the final on debut.
140.
You left it, Ronan.
Required 26.
He will not take it, and that is the
80.
peril of the odd number
Alexander, you
double.
require 61.
Yeah, match opportunities come and gone, but 36 the target.
Yeah,
36 well
full flag.
taken there
Alexander
by
Mashek.
Alexander Mashek.
Fifth
One
leg,
thing we've
it's
learned about
Alexander
Alexander
to
all
throw
week
first.
long is he's impossible to
Game on.
dislike. He does not have a mean bone in his body. All he does is play darts and smile.
And this is what he can do. Just hasn't produced enough of it. To be fair, that's the 6th 140. Only a couple of tons and no 180s. Able to hit a 140, but it's the scores in between, the kind of 80s to 100 range hasn't been pinging.
I think that range of score is very underrated. You can have loads of big ones,
81.
but if your bad score is something like 96 or maybe 85, you don't want those scores to be 45 or 58. They can make all the difference.
Yeah, it's that ideology of like one treble a visit. It's that thought process, but
125.
2 trebles even better there from Mashek.
55. Alexander, you require 155.
Something may be changing.
Mashek definitely giving McDonough something to think about here. I think if he gets this leg, we might see a bit of an edgy version.
140.
Now, is this game going to be fairly academic? 5 legs? Or is it about to turn into a chameleon? It may just be karma.
Alexander Mashek.
Missing double 13 twice. How much is it going to cost Ronan?
6th leg, it's Ronan to
The
throw
response
first.
here from Alexander has
Game
been brilliant. He has lifted his average by about 12 points in the last
81.
couple of legs. And now we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, you see there from McDonough, just not bouncing around, not strutting as much. He's definitely feeling the fact that Mashek is on a bit of a comeback here.
85.
And one of the contingent of McDonough, they can no longer watch.
121.
They've gone right to the back of the room. The Irish are a superstitious folk.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is it they say? Never start a journey on a Sunday or a full moon.
140.
That's why we start our journeys on Mondays.
60.
And in the morning. Nervous times as Mashek refuses to keep missing.
95.
McDonough desperately seeking out trouble, wants to leave something and leaves himself back on 179. So a chance here, a real opportunity. 1-2 treble visit from Mashek could make all the difference. There's one.
81.
Somebody check this man's veins for antifreeze. He's kept it together. Huge.
137.
Do we have
Alexander, you require
a tied game or a winner? He's done it all week. He went for the bullseye on 100.
6.
Because that's just what he does.
Ronan, you require 42.
Whether you agree or you disagree, he's missed it, giving McDonough more chances to win.
$26.
Now it's double 16. He's missed twice.
Alexander, you require 40.
Mashek is sticking around.
It's a good guide. It's
Yeah,
a great
on the
guide,
sixth
and we
flag,
are at
Alexander
3 apiece.
Mashek.
This could be some comeback from Mashek. 3-0 down.
7 from final
Ties
leg.
us up at
It's
3
Alexander
apiece.
to throw first. Game on.
Who thought this was going to happen at 3-0?
But it's key moments, isn't it, in the match? And the key one for me was hitting the 180 to leave 26 instead of switching over to the 18s to leave something that breaks down that much easier. And I think a key moment could have been the throw before, with Mashek going for the 2 balls at that crucial time.
60.
I think you're right. The crucial thing is he missed double 13 with the second dart. If he'd left an even number double, like double 16, for example, if he'd missed on dart 2, he would have had a third shot.
140.
And since then, the best player in the game has been Mashek.
39.
His average has gone up towards 86. Ronan's has come down below the Czech player's numbers.
And this will be a hard pill to swallow for McDonough.
100.
Leading 3-0. Owning the stage, having match darts, match-winning opportunities.
140.
Yeah, that pill's about the size of a rugby
Alexander, you
ball.
require 126. $58.
86 left with 1 dart. And Mashek could have left double 13 himself.
Yeah, took the sensible route and understand why. And
134.
he held back and he made sure he went for the
Alexander, you
18s just in
require
case he gets a
68.
chance. He doesn't believe he's going to get one. Time to find out. He does get one chance
52. Ronan, you require 128.
where he'll go back to the 18s. The bullseye. Oh!
103.
So close to stealing it at the death.
Alexander, you require 16.
What a semi-final. One remains at double 8. And it doesn't register.
No score.
wow. How's your nerve?
Ronan, you require 25.
Edgy start and an edgy finish. Who's going to cross the line?
It feels like that double 8 was repelling that dart. Double 8 may tell the story. It's been hit in this leg, but not to win the match.
$21.
More darts slip by. The heartbreak could increase
Alexander, you require 16.
He cannot believe it. Double 4 this time for Sasha.
12.
Who wants it? They both do.
Ronan, you
But who
require
gets it?
4.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff.
Against undermatched, Ring of Honor.
The nation represented in the final tonight will be Ireland. And he will go up against England. We don't know who it's going to be. That game had a bit of everything. Maybe one of the best games you'll see, with averages in the low to mid 80s range. Sasha had his chance. He came back from 3-0 down to take it all the way, and he could say to himself he probably should have won it. But then again, that guy from Ireland could have won it many times over, and he did. Wow. 8 140 plus scores, maybe the highlight of that one. But the missed darts at double, they don't come back to burn him. And Ronan McDonough will be in the final against either Sam Spivey or Carl Sneed.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Plenty coming up on the MODUS Super Series darts channel on Pluto TV once the live coverage finishes. Once we're done here, you can watch the latest of our Story of series, having a look at the careers of some of the greatest players who have ever thrown a dart. Gerwyn Price will be under the microscope tonight. And then following that, we'll have highlights of the Series 7 Champions Night. That was when Andreas Harrison ascended to the throne, breaking the heart of Cam Crabtree in the most dramatic of circumstances. We'll be watching that later on in the evening. Some star names in action there too. In terms of tonight's action here on Pluto TV, well, what a dramatic semi-final we saw before the break. Ronan McDonough raced into a 3-0 lead in that match against Alexander Masha. The Czech then brought it all the way back to a last leg decider, and it got so tense, so twitchy towards the post at the end. But it was the Irishman that was able to hold his nerve, to keep it all together, and to progress his way through to the final in around about 40 minutes time. Into our second semi-final we go, and it's a meeting between Carl Sneed and Sam Spivey.
Spivey wins, gets the legs he needs. Average will come down, but Carl Sneed is off and running.
I get the feeling this might be a little bit calmer than the semi-final we saw before the break. The cool, calm, measured Sam Spivey up against Carl Sneed. For Carl, well, he's had quite the start to 2025. He's going to add a first Super Series title to a first Challenge Tour crown. In commentary for this one, Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
One person who has played in 2 groups this week is through to the final. McDonough played in Group A and Group B. If he wants a Group B rematch, this is the guy he wants to play. But it is fair in our assumption that the Irishman really doesn't care. A repeat fixture against Bomber or a first meeting against Sam Spivey. This has potential, because these two are the only players this week to register 3-figure averages.
Sam to throw first. Game on.
Well, apparently that's still alive and kicking. He's on the stage and he's throwing darts.
Yeah, though we alluded to the fact that we haven't quite seen those high levels so far yet from Sam Spivey. Been more than consistent enough to top the group with wins over McDonough and over Charlie Large. But averages kind of around the 80 mark.
81.
I believe there's a saying that you should put above your practice board wherever you do your practice. Something that reminds you of the hard work you need to do. One of those things you could put over it would be, winning is not a guarantee.
And we've got a quote from Rocky above ours.
140.
Can I try and guess which one it is?
Yes. It's quite long. If you can do it word perfect, I'll be impressed.
60.
It doesn't say Mick, does it? Not from Rocky 3.
No.
171.
Well, with shots like that in front of the great Gary Mawson, Sam Spivey might be able to do a clubber lang to Rocky Balboa and introduce the pain.
100. Sam, you require 24.
That's a marker from the gods.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
first
very well
leg.
used as
Sam
well.
Spivey.
14 dart, hold a throat in the opener there for Sam Spivey.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
Which Rocky movie was it from?
Now you're asking Aaron, put it up.
Ah, maybe that's for another day then.
140.
Now, Sneed doesn't want his dream week to stop right here. He wants to
41.
walk through those doors at the Robin Park Tennis Centre on Monday morning with everybody saying, do you know who that is? That's Carl Sneed.
140.
He won in Portsmouth on Saturday night. There will be people in that Pro Tour field who do not know who he is.
43.
But if he wins tonight, a lot more people will know who he is. But if you take the Pro Tour on Monday and Tuesday away, that doesn't detract
100.
from the importance of winning this. When you're in the form of your life, you want to win when you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great response here from Carl
60.
Sneed.
Carly require 121. $41.
That'll do. The lead is plentiful. It's a good old northern battle as well, isn't it? Scarborough versus Oldham.
100. Carly require 80.
This single isn't easy, but he made it look easy.
Made the double slightly more awkward than it had to be, and that's
45.
what happens. You see that deflection into the 5.
Deflections happen in lots of different sports. You just have to accept them and move on.
57.
He's got time on his side, doesn't he?
35.
An opportunity here to correct it. Double 10 incoming.
25.
Sam keeps getting closer as Carl keeps making errors.
Slowly chipping away at that
10.
score, but more chances here. Once you feel that Carl's going to have to
James on
take,
the
and
second
take it, he
leg.
does.
Solsney.
Well, that's the thing about confidence, isn't it? When you've got it, doing things like that looks so much
Third leg,
easier.
it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Double 5 is perilous. You can have one somewhat cautious dart over the top. Then there's more pressure on dart 2.
49.
And a lot more on dart 3 if you need it. But when you get it first dart like that, you are exuding the confidence that we know he's got right now.
97.
Yeah, there was no hesitation. There was no thought of splitting. Sometimes you will see players, they'll go for a 2 to go over to double 4. Has a very different feel to our other semi-final, which was dominated originally by McDonough with a comeback from Maciek. And this one feels like it's going to be very back and forth.
Feels like a different week. Earlier on tonight, we did see Charlie Large on 3-1-2. He had 2 treble 20s and he went for the 25 with the last dart. That's the kind of thing you should know when you've got these numbers.
40.
That's pro-level thinking. When you're in knockout stuff like this, if you make one calculating error, it can be the one thing that stops you from winning.
42.
Not getting to a finish there does invite Carl back into this third leg.
Desperately seeking out a big treble.
43.
Comes up dry, so once again it is advantage Spivey.
He looks more relaxed right now.
130.
Does he have any other state?
Probably not. If he wins the title tonight, he would go back to Scarborough tomorrow.
91.
I assume back to work on Monday and say, morning. And that'll be it.
Yeah, that kind of, how was your weekend? Yeah, it's all right. Not bad.
No score. Carly
Yeah, but like Jensen Walker 7 days ago, going back to school on the Monday. Oh, by the way, I beat Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton. Sneed's on 130 and doesn't get that obscured treble 20 to lead the ball.
45.
I think for both these players, when their darts land low, it is awkward for them to get over the top of them.
This is an edgy game.
Shot
This
on
is an
the third leg.
experience
Sam Spivey.
building game for both because neither player has been to a weekly final before. And when you're in
Fourth
unknown
leg, it's
territory,
Carl to throw first.
sometimes you don't know what's going on internally. And that manifests into edgy darts.
I think the only difference to me, if we're talking of experience, is just,
123.
I guess it's recency bias, but Carl Sneed being in the final and winning on the Challenge Tour.
100.
You can sympathise, Laura, because that's on the floor. It's not elevated with people watching from below, under the lights.
97.
Live on Pluto TV. It is behind closed doors. And you're in a cubicle where very few people can watch it.
100.
Yeah, very much. Probably echoes more of what these guys have done midweek where there haven't been the crowd. It is different when you've got the crowd element to take on.
140.
Still yet to get a maximum in the semi-finals. Sam's specialty has been maximums just when he needs them this week, and he's found one just there.
Sorry, you were saying?
Carly require 141.
No maximums. Sam responds well.
It's extraordinary how many times he's done that over the last few days.
55. Sammy require 121.
51 bull.
96.
What a 6-star conversion that would have
Carly
been.
require 86.
It's a real weapon to have in your arsenal, as this could be too.
Biggest start of the match.
78.
There have been misses.
Sammy required
5 of them.
25.
Is this getting away from the man from Oldham? It might not
17.
be. This
Carly
semi is starting to
require
take
8.
the same sort of shape as the other one. Edgy.
Yes, big moments. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a hold to
Sean
throw,
and
but it'll
fullback,
feel more
Carl
than
Sneed.
that for Carl Sneed.
There's a lot of internal speak going
Fifth
on here
leg,
with
it's
Carl.
Sam to throw first.
The lips are moving.
Game on.
There's no volume, so he can hear it loudly in his own mind.
Were you one of those players? Would you kind of have that internal monologue
6.
happening as you were playing?
You have no idea.
Write an essay?
60.
I'm just glad that people couldn't read my thoughts. Well, that does sometimes happen when you've got that angle of attack and the flight collects the dart, but you don't have enough power to leave it in the board. And one of the reasons why
140.
Sneed's darts don't fall on the floor like that is because he has shorter stems and they have more speed.
85.
The Conan Whitehead fan club have turned up tonight, but unfortunately
97.
not for more success. They have to watch somebody else get it.
I don't know about you, but I'm still finding this one hard to call. Sam Spivey looks to get another maximum. Has a settle for a 140.
Yeah, this one is definitely like a phone box from back in the day that's been vandalised.
6.
And you want to tell your mum what time's for tea.
136.
It's very hard to call.
That was a real build-up to that.
This is a build-up. Look at that!
On the 5th leg.
And the confidence of Sam comes out. 3-2 up.
6th leg, it's Carl to throw
But that was
first.
just a hold of throw. Do we go the distance again in the semi-finals?
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, we don't really normally see any kind of reaction from Sam Spivey, but
140.
he was very happy with that finish, and rightly so.
He has every right to like that. That's the biggest finish of his week.
140.
And the things he's good at, he's starting to find them.
97.
It's that combination, using the adrenaline that you have, but also that confidence that seems to be growing and growing inside Sam Spivey.
60.
He's not done yet.
108.
Look at the authority. And I'm going to use his word here. The fluency of that visit. That was a concerto. It was that perfect.
41. Carly require 84.
Yeah, and a real chance here to level us up at 3 apiece. Double 12. Over for double 6.
72.
That's one of those doubles, isn't it? Especially when your opponent is so far back. You don't want to go inside.
I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people like treble 16 on 84. Because you don't find yourself on something like 12 or 6.
60. Carly requires
That was a
12.
speculative shot to double 6. That one wasn't.
On a 6 leg, Golsney.
And he finds a 13 darter just when he needs it.
7th and final leg. It's Sam to throw first. Game on.
We've said at times this match has felt edgy. Last couple of legs have been pretty dominant by the player on throw.
100.
Averages are very, very similar. Oh.
120.
It actually happened to Carl. So they're 1-1 in that department.
Yeah, a bit of a wry smile. Recovered well from it. Actually scored more than Sam did in his opening throw with 3 darts.
I think what we're going to have to do if Sam wins this game is check him for a heartbeat. His complexion on the stage, whether there's fans out there or not, it just doesn't change.
100.
He's genuinely cool as ice.
Yeah, unbelievable. Scores of 100, 140 and 180 for Sam Spivey. What a position to be in a deciding leg.
And his 180s this week,
Sammy require 81.
they've been made in Geneva because they're so well timed. He has the luxury of a layup as well. And the coolness to ask the referee, what have I got left, even though I already know.
41.
Yeah, always good to make sure if you're not 100%, it's definitely the right thing to do.
100. Sammy require 40.
Tops.
$30.
This one isn't finished. And what did we say about double 5?
Yeah, we saw Carl Sneed take it perfectly. But there's going to be some pressure on this double.
You can barely separate these two players. But now you can. A tremendous semi-final. But it's got to be that 180 in the last leg that gave him the breathing space that ultimately got him across the line with a really well hit double 5. Sam Spivey is going to be in unknown territory tonight against someone who was in the same boat as him with all of the talent from this week. Who thought it was going to be Spivey against McDonough in the final? But that's exactly what it's going to be. We wish Carl Sneed all the best at the Pro Tour on Monday and Tuesday. But for this week, a semi-final and new territory for him will have to do. But Sam will be up against Ronan for the Week 3 title.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George Skate.
MODUS Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
We've enjoyed a blockbuster night of darts here on Pluto TV at the MODUS Super Series, and our finalists now set both the semis going the distance. Ronan McDonough holding his nerve against Alexander Masha, and Sam Spivey getting the better of Carl Sneed by that same score. So we are going to get a new weekly winner come the end of tonight. Is it going to be the man from the Republic of Ireland, or is it going to be the man from Scarborough? We'll find out in around about 40 minutes time. Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson have been watching all of the action in the commentary box. They join us in the studio now. Well, both of those semi-finals, before we go in depth into it, just had drama written all over it.
Yeah, and it's kind of what we were expecting. Expect the unexpected. You do that in darts anyway, but yeah, very, very dramatic. Some amazing, poignant moments that changed the matches round, but also an absolute plethora of missed darts at the outer ring. And it was just a case of who could hold it all together.
We mentioned before the semi-finals, nobody in this lineup had won a week here previously, and at times you could tell that that first title was there for somebody, and the nerves kicked in as a result.
Yeah, because they all sense opportunity, don't they? When you have a tournament that has 4 people left, you look around, there's not many people left in the practice room, and you start totting up how many weekly titles are there. Some weeks, you'll think, that player's got a couple, that player's won one, maybe that person's been to a final, but they were looking around thinking, we're all in new territory. So who's going to stand up and be counted? I expected 2 edgy semi-finals, but with edgy semi-finals, we get drama.
But if there's one person that can keep their cool in a moment like that, it is Sam Spivey. When everything was up against it, he managed to find something big. That 136, that felt real clutch, didn't it?
It did, and what I liked about it as well is you don't get much of a reaction from Sam, but there was, a small reaction towards the end, the nod of the head, the confidence, the pursing of the lips. Normally there's nothing, but he knew that was a clutch finish, perfectly timed, and it just looked good. He felt good. It was good to see.
He looks absolutely unruffled, doesn't he?
I think he just lives his life this way. If you consider where he's from, it's a group of people from North Yorkshire that they like the simple things in life. And we should probably learn a lot from them. They like fresh air, they like to work hard, and they like to relax at weekends and chuck a good dart every now and again. But I think Sam Spivey is the kind of person that can make darts fans drool a little bit, because when the pressure was on, you and I have seen him over the last couple of days. This likelihood of hitting 180s when he needs them, it's getting a bit silly. And when the pressure is further, he seems to find them more regularly.
That is the most impressive thing I've seen from Sam this week.
Right, we're going to get rid of the calm now, and we're going to introduce sheer chaos into proceedings, because that first semi-final was exactly that. 3-3, Sasha Maszek, Ronan McDonough, and there's missed darts everywhere between the pair.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just to be back at 3-3 was kind of unbelievable at one point, because it was McDonough that was leading 3-0. But yeah, Alexander fought himself back into position, looks comfortable here to take it. And you see miss on the ball. And as you say, it just continued on. And we just got to a point where we just weren't sure, Paul and I, who was actually going to get across that line.
In Ronan's position there, he's thinking, I've got the 60. I've got one shot. Because in your own mind, as a sports person, you think you get one opportunity in that moment. He misses the ball and he thinks it's gone. You don't think you're coming back. And when that double eight is missed the third time by Alexander, he's thinking, I've got one bonus opportunity. He thinks this is it.
When you're Ronan McDonough, you're thinking, how on earth have I won this game? And you consider the position that he was. I know he was 3-0 up, but then you find yourself so far back. You see your opponent miss so many chances. You almost think, I must be like a cat with 9 lives right now.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, as you say, he might have thought he shouldn't have actually been in that position in the first place. It all happened earlier on in the match. But yeah, when you get presented that chance, you want to take it, and you can see from the reactions of both of them how emotional it was getting. It became desperate just to get across the line, and that's why you then start to see so many misses.
Desperation in sport is not necessarily a bad thing. You've seen teams and individuals do great things when times are desperate. But the thing is, you've got to be able to prepare for desperation. These situations, which Ronan has now been through, he's more prepared for this in the future. He might need it in the final, but the thing is, you've got to go through things like this to get the experience that Laura and I have already talked about tonight.
You could see what it meant to Ronan there for Sasha. Well, he took everything in his stride, but he's a very confident young man, is Ronan. But the other way of it, Sasha Maszek must be thinking, how on earth he's lost that?
Well, yeah, because he went through that process of fighting back. He brought it back to 3 apiece, but then in that deciding leg was the dominant player in terms of scoring. He got down to the double first. He had more chances at the outer ring in that leg. So yeah, he'll probably look at that's one of the ones to get away. So darts is a tough sport. It's just you, and you've only got yourself to rely on up there. It happens, but it's a learning curve for both players.
Darts is littered with heartbreak, especially this week. Just imagine what Lee Cox is feeling watching that. He will sympathise with Alexander for sure. But there are ways of saying things. I said this to Lee on Wednesday. You could say to yourself, I led Group A all week. But then if you say the same words in a different way, I led Group A all week. As far as Sasha's concerned, he found his way back into the game. But a lot of negative people would say, he found his way back into the game. It's how you speak to yourself. He'll take that on the chin and he'll move on and he'll be all right.
Very, very quickly, word on the final of the pair of you. Just Spivey against McDonough. Contrast the styles. Who do you think will win?
Yeah, based on what I've seen tonight, I will go with the edge with Spivey, just because of the level of composure he's got and the levels that we've got, and that 180 hitting.
Spivey.
Short. Sweet. Right, the action is about to get underway. The final between Sam Spivey and Ronan McDonough will take place after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And if you've just joined us, what a time to join us, because it's time for the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the main match of the week, and it sees a real contrast of styles as the flary, enigmatic Republic of Ireland star Ronan McDonough takes on the cool, calm, collected seaside lad from Scarborough, Sam Spivey. But who is going to win out?
But now you can. A tremendous semi-final.
Here we go then, time for the big match of the week, and for somebody, they are going to participate at Champions Week for the very first time. Is Ronan McDonough going to do it on debut, or is Sam Spivey going to make it second time success? Let's find out in the company of our commentary team. For the final time this evening, it is Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, welcome to the final of week number 3 then. And if you look back through the history books of week 3 champions, we've got names like Graham Hall, Justin Smith, Jelle Klaassen, the 2006 Lakeside champion, Neil Duff, the 2022 Lakeside champion. We know where Spivey Man is. He might be adding his name to the list of players that I've just been mentioning. Spivey Man's on the stage. And if he wins, he might get an upside-down kiss.
Game on.
But the likes of Marino Michaels in Series 5, he won week 3. He would go to the championship game in Champions Week. That's what everybody wants to do. But first, you've got to get into Champions Week, and that is as close now for these two players as it's ever been.
Yeah, as you say, completely new territory for these two.
60.
When we're asked to make our predictions, we can only go from what we've seen and the feeling we get from both players. And it's Sam Spivey for me that's just shown that level of composure that it takes to get over that winning line. Whereas with Ronan, especially in that last match, it was an edgy finish.
140.
Just a little bit. And at the end of this one, we want to say ooh ah.
24.
can't remember the last time I heard a Gina G reference.
I'm not even sure where it came from.
105.
He has settled into this final very easily. Now, when Ronan has been winning this week,
95.
he's been
Sammy
starting
required
well.
96.
When he started poorly, he has been losing.
56.
Still looks super composed, as opposed to super imposed.
85.
And he's anything but an
Sammy
imposter
required
right now.
40.
Double 10, the target. Is that a good guide for him? It is indeed.
On the first leg.
Takes the
Sam
opening
Spivey.
leg. I do wonder, when you've actually played someone already in the evening and you've got that advantage of getting that win over
Second
them
leg. It's Ronan
on
to
the
throw
day,
first.
does that help?
Game on.
I know it's different territory. It's, you know, it's the final.
It's amazing how many times we've seen someone beat an opponent in a group and then lose to them in the final.
25.
That must feel quite strange. But that Spivey performance in the semi-finals has
140.
definitely given him a shot of confidence, because for my liking, he took out
6.
the one person that a lot of people thought it was going to win tonight.
Yeah, me included. It wouldn't be straightforward for anyone today, but Carl Sneed for me was one of those ones that I would put near the top.
That win that you mentioned for Spivey against Ronan McDonough.
60.
Statistically, it was the worst game of the night. It is kind of odd as it goes that they're in the final now, but you've got to give them credit for rebounding after that fourth game of the night. And Spivey really has turned up. Who told him to do that?
Sammy required 121.
We'll probably stay there with McDonough not on a finish despite that. No, look, 180.
Spivey's probably thinking nothing of the sort. He didn't see that. He's too busy looking down at the floor.
70. Sammy required 24.
That's it, it's just the focus.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's
Sam
really
Spivey.
good. It's 32 darts for the first two legs. And
Third
based on
leg,
what we've
it's
seen from
Sam
Ronan
to
so
throw
far,
first.
if Sam can recreate that, Champions Week will be his. What are we seeing in 2025? New talents. People doing things they've never done before.
100.
It just goes to the strength and depth of darts at the moment. I really do genuinely believe it. And that and the combined factor, it's all about how you perform actually on the day, on the night.
Sasha played really well.
100.
He could have been in this final.
Yeah, perhaps on reflection, one that got away from him.
43.
Sam's averages tonight are as follows: 73, 87, and then in his semi-final,
57.
it was 86. At least once a day
45.
over the last couple of
Sammy
days,
require
he's put in a big
164.
performance. This could be that performance. He doesn't have to go for this. He's got 107 left. So smart.
94.
Yeah, ball management, such an important part of darts these days.
100. Sammy requires
A
70.
real opportunity to go within one of the match, one of the title.
Again, he doesn't have to go for it. So he'll just go for a 10.
30.
And that's what good scoring can do for you sometimes. It can give you the space you need.
$60. Sam, you require 40.
Frustration mixed with a bit of dejection there for Ronan McDonough.
It's 3-0 to Sam.
Sam's fine.
Do you know what SAM stands for in military speak?
To throw first.
Surface to air missile. And right now he's playing like one because he is emotionless.
60.
Absolutely took care of the bomber in the semi-final.
These guys were in different groups over the last couple of days. Their first meeting of the week happened in the groups
60.
tonight. It may just be the case that Ronan McDonough's nemesis is Spivey Man.
125.
McDonough really looking to try and find something.
59.
He does have a little bit of evidence that you can come back from 3-0 down.
6.
Because it happened to him.
Yeah, I'd implore anyone that plays the game, it's never over till it's over. You try and keep yourself in contention. Keep tapping on the shoulder, putting a bit of pressure on your opponent.
95.
It can be frustrating to know that
135.
you've started to turn up in leg 4. Seems like that's the case right now. Here we go. Here it comes.
108.
Predictable brilliance.
121.
And if this doesn't go, Spivey will have a shot to win the final 4-0.
97. Sam, you require 107.
Yeah, once again, excellent setup play by Sam Spivey. Hits a maximum. Treble 16, the route he's looking for.
43. Ronan, you require 24.
If he gets shots, he can't miss.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Hallelujah, he says. And you're in the right place for things like that. It is a former church.
Fifth leg, it's Sam to throw first.
Still a bit of a shake of the head,
Game
but
on.
keeps himself in the match, in contention. But it's Sam here with the opportunity to serve out the match. Sometimes when this is quite new, obviously with Ronan, we've mentioned before, he played years ago, has obviously come back to the sport, and you find yourself in this position and it's more overwhelming about the actual event as opposed to just cracking on and playing darts.
I'd like to speculate about the feelings going on in Sam's mind right now, but I don't think there's anything that's going to deter him. He's had a dart on the floor there, admittedly only a single 19.
60.
But I get the feeling that an earthquake wouldn't get him out of bed.
And he's back in the treble once again. It's a great lie. Follows it with a second.
100.
It was almost inevitable the way that first one landed. There was someone that you needed to hit a 180 to leave a finish at the moment. It would be Sam Spivey.
He's the man for this week. Lo and behold, Yorkshire, the biggest county in England, seems to have unearthed another gem.
100. Sam, you require 50.
And this is for the match for the week 3 title. Tops is required. Super marker for him, but not able to find the target. No real damage. Ronan not on a finish, so Sam Spivey will be back. More match-winning opportunities.
100. Sam, you require 40.
More match-winning chances, and this time it is taken by Sam Spivey, who picks up the Week 3 title with a 4-1 victory over Ronan McDonough. Ronan McDonough will be disappointed, didn't quite show his brilliant best there in the final, but delight for Sam Spivey, who does pick up that weekly win. He'll be joining the likes of Alex Small and Jensen Walker at Champions Week, and real nice to see the scenes there. Celebration from both, and a great big puff of the cheeks from Sam Spivey, who has remained composed throughout. And there you see the stats, just under a 90 average in the end from Sam Spivey. And 4 from 12 on the outer ring, but it's a 4-1 win for the man from Scarborough.
So, Sam Spivey is a 4-1 victor against Ronan McDonough. It took him a couple of appearances, but Sam Spivey's got it right. What a player he's turning out to be. What a find he's turned out to be from the ADC. For Ronan McDonough, well, he has had quite the week here, quite the debut at the MODUS Super Series, but it ends in defeat in the final. Well, Sam Spivey is the winner. This is how he did it. A dramatic evening. The only player actually to win every single match, because if you look at the rest of the schedule, everyone else was defeated somewhere along the line. Well, Sam Spivey is the last man standing. Spivey Man is the hero of the hour, the Live Lounge, and it's time to crown him that. Your MC is Jack Gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a fantastic week of action, there can only be one Week 3 champion. So please show your appreciation for Sam Spivey!
Sam, congratulations. Another one for Yorkshire. Another one for a lefty. This must feel pretty sweet. Second visit to Saturday night and that medal is yours. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm buzzing. I really didn't think that I got going, really, until maybe the game against Carl. I felt a lot better in the final, weirdly, but the nerves at the start of the day were horrible. But I've got through it, so I'm happy, very happy.
Going through something like tonight, is this something that you can really build on for the rest of 2025? Because there are going to be a lot of people watching this tonight thinking there's a lot of potential in that left arm.
I hope so, yeah. I hope I can build on it. It's not a bad start to the year. So, yeah, hopefully confidence and push on and keep going.
I hope you haven't got any plans for the end of April now, because you're going to be coming back. Alex Small, Jensen Walker was beating the likes of Simon Whitlock and Andy Hamilton last week. You've taken care of the field this week, so you're going to be coming back, so Champions Week is yours.
Yeah, I might have an awkward conversation with work about more time off, but we'll go with it and see how that goes as well.
What does this mean to you financially as well? Because £5,000 is probably something in darts that you haven't experienced before. What does that do for you?
Oh, it's massive. It helps me for the rest of the year, looking at Challenge Tour and everything else. You know, it all costs, so it's massive to me to fund the year, basically.
Plans going forward, and as far as ambitions are concerned, does tonight change your ambitions for the year?
No, the ambition is always just keep progressing, and this is obviously a progression. I've done better than last time I was here, so just keep doing that and keep trying to win, basically.
What do you got to say about the people that were in the practice room with you tonight, the likes of Conan Whitehead and Ronan McDonough, who was on debut this week? What do you got to say to those guys?
Oh, they were a great bunch of people to meet. All really nice people and great dart players, really. So it was nice to come out on top.
Well, Conan Whitehead apparently is the king of the stare down in the camera, so I want you to look into that camera right there and just give us a stare down, Sam. Final question from me. This is the start of the season. There's a whole host of things that could happen in 2025. Are you travelling home alone, or is anybody with you tonight?
I've got two great lads stood over there that have come down with me and sat and watched me on TV, and that's for them.
It's going to be quite a fun journey home, isn't it?
It's going to be a long one, but hopefully a fun one.
Well, congratulations, Sam. We wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you at the end of April. Sam Spivey, everybody.
He's a very understated character, isn't he? But you know what? You could just see how much that meant to Sam Spivey picking up that title, and he's going to be a real credible threat at Champions Week. A nice little bit of respect there from Ronan McDonough, having a chat with Paul Nicholson. Showed a lot of respect to his opponent after he won. And Sam, you're going to have to get used to this bit, pal, because when you win things, people want photos, people want autographs, and I think there might be one or two here at the Live Lounge tonight that may want that with Sam Spivey. The queue, well, it's ever growing, and have a look at that. Sasha Masek, who's made a lot of friends this week, both on and off the hockey. And there's his mate there that travelled all the way down from Scarborough with him. But this is the other side of the coin. Darts always has to have a winner, and it always has to have a loser. For Ronan McDonough, well, he's claimed a lot of plaudits this week, but he hasn't claimed the title. Not quite sealed with a kiss this time around. But it is Sam Spivey who is the winner of the week. And look, the bookmakers put him in as a heavy favourite at the beginning of the night, despite what happened last time he was here. And look, the bookies were bang on, and he was really nerveless in what was the biggest game of his life.
Yeah, absolutely, and understandably so. As you mentioned, it was uncharted territory for him in terms of getting through those group stages and making it through to the final. But he just grew in confidence as the night went on, and you could see it at certain times. That 1-3-6 in the semi-final, a perfect example of just what he can do when he's feeling a bit more comfortable. Edgy start in the group stages, but yeah, really did build as the night went on.
And it's interesting, he spoke about that he said he's never felt as nervous as he was before tonight got underway, but he felt like as he began playing, as he began winning games, he really settled into the evening.
Yeah, I think for a lot of dart players, we quite often refer to it, getting that first leg on the board, you can just relax a little bit, then getting your first win, and it's just the platform to build on. And you don't have a lot of time in finals night. There's just 4 games, but he was outstanding throughout. And for me, yeah, bookmakers got it right, but he just looked so composed. If he was feeling nervous, none of us really could tell.
When you have a game, when you have the dynamic like Ronan and Sam, and they are two completely contrasting characters in the respect of, we know that Ronan likes to let his emotions out, Sam keeps it within. When you're playing like Sam, do you have to almost, even if you don't intentionally go to think about it, you have to try and keep Ronan quiet? Get yourself in front, don't give him anything to shout about.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to deal with it, isn't it? And he dealt with it really well. But you did see Sam at times, he was kind of head down, staring at his feet. His focus was very much on him and his own game. But he did shut Ronan down really quickly, took advantage early on and just never let him get back into the game. I think for Ronan, that semi-final was almost his final. It took so much effort to get through. It was such a tight game that he possibly just ran out of a bit of energy towards the end of the evening. But yeah, Sam a very worthy champion.
Well, let's analyse some of the key moments then from the final, and we'll have a look at Sam Spivey's winning moment from that particular affair. It was quite comfortable in the end for him. As you mentioned, Ronan ran out of a little bit of steam in that particular affair. Spivey winning 4-1, and this leg is kind of typical as to what this match was about, because Spivey did all the scoring and it felt like Ronan was chasing all the time.
It did. It really did. He got that leg on the board, but it was just for Sam to control throughout. We have seen it with players where they're in control, they look really comfortable, and it can slip away from you, especially getting over the winning line. But yeah, for Sam Spivey, he just remained composed. He remained very focused. He got the job done in the end, despite the fact that you had quite a big crowd in for Ronan this evening. But yeah, I'm really pleased for him, and it's great to hear how he can use the prize money to push forward, and that's what he's intending to do.
And this is the important thing, and sometimes this is something that we forget. When we sit in these chairs and we analyse players, we analyse them like we would any other player, but there's a realism to the fact that for Sam, he's got to go back to work on Monday. A lot of players are going to have to go back to the 9 to 5 on Monday, and what that prize money could do as a benchmark going forward, it could be massive for them.
Yeah, it really could. We discussed it earlier with Conan Whitehead when he picked up that Champions Week cheque of £20,000 back in Series 1, and it can just really push your career forward. But it's that extra bit of support, that safety net where now that you've got a little bit more money. So for Sam, he can go and do the Challenge Tour, and he can just push on. We've got ADC events and all sorts of things. It just alleviates some of that pressure, and it's just fantastic to see.
I promise behind Ronan McDonough there is Sam Spivey lifting a trophy. Very much unsafe. Do you know what? That reminded me a lot. We were sat in this chair when we saw Scott Taylor lift a Champions Week trophy, and there's very much a feel of that. He's not one that likes the limelight, but I'm sure underneath there's going to be a beaming smile and a beaming pride as to what he's achieved this week.
Yeah, and so there should be. Like you say, he keeps himself to himself, and sometimes that's quite good, especially for a player that doesn't like to be in the spotlight, just to go under the radar slightly, because he was was. He's just very, very understated, I guess, is probably the word that I'd use in terms of the performances tonight. Very consistent, but nothing massive, nothing too below par. It was just right. It was kind of a Goldilocks moment for him, but he picks up that trophy, and I think he's going to have to get used to a few more pictures, as you mentioned earlier.
So if that was Goldilocks getting it just right, Ronan McDonough was definitely at the flashy end of this evening's action. And no look 118, the biggest match of your life.
He was at a point, though, wasn't he, that he was so far behind in terms of the leg that it just felt like one of those throwaway moments. He's like, right, I'm going to do something here to try and just revive the scoring power that he just seemed to lack slightly in the final. He just couldn't keep up with Sam.
Interestingly, the 3 winners so far in Series 10 of a week have been the 3 winners of Group C. There's a dynamic building here.
Yeah, well, that could be a pattern that continues to follow. Like you say, Alex Small, Johnson Walker and Sam now joining those two. Group C is a really tough one to get through. I think you can come in, especially if you come in fresh, it can be an advantage.
I don't mean this as any disrespect to the players that are in the field, but when you look at the names so far, are we already looking at the most open Champions Week we've ever had?
Yeah, but they are champions. They're there by right. It's very, very hard to win a week here, so you have to take everyone with the respect. But I do agree, we haven't got any of those big kind of standout names that we're used to seeing. But I was talking to Paul about it. I just think that is the nature of how good darts is across the board at the moment.
You talk about big names. We've got a world champion for you next week. This is how week 4's going down here.
On a third leg.
Oh my word.
A double 16.
And Richie Howson is the ultimate legend of the Super Series.
Hold on a minute.
Game shot.
He may be panicking now.
Mason Whitlock hits the 9-darter. Which is why he goes to 25 to the double 18.
Game shot on a fifth
Because it works a treat.
It could be quite the week here at the Live Lounge in Port. So the headline name is the newly crowned Lakeside World Champion Shane McGurk. He's going to be in Group B alongside former World Masters champion John O'Shea. Group A is going to see Brandon Weening of Australia make his debut. Richie Howson, fresh off the back of his Legends League win, returning. Justin Smith is looking to crack the Super Series code once again. And it's interesting to see the return of Danny Van Tripe. Later on in the week in Group C, Henry Coates is a very, very interesting name. A very good youth product. We'll see how he gets along alongside Mason Whitlock and Luke Smith. The action gets underway 9:30 on Monday morning here, exclusively live on Pluto TV. And look, the big name is going to be Shane McGurk. He won the Lakeside in December. He was a little bit of one of those dark horses, wasn't he, to go on and win that tournament. And now because he's done it, he's catapulted himself into the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a title to pick up. Obviously, WGF World Champion, beating a legend in the process in Paul Lim in the final as well. So, yeah, he's obviously got that name, that notoriety, and that big title behind him. So he's going to be definitely one to watch next week.
And it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts to, maybe not the pressure, but the tag he's going to have. Because as Scott Mitchell's mentioned it in the past, that when you win a title like that, then suddenly when you go to stages like the Super Series, it can be very, very interesting. But I tell you what, how nice is that? Sam Spivey, I tell you what, he's got the hoodie on straight away. He's going straight back to Scarborough, isn't he, with that thing? And have a look at that, Conan and young Ada there. Enjoying the moment. That's one of the things that the Super Series is all about. In fact, Sam's let Conan have the trophy. That's yours, pal. But that is what the Super Series is all about, isn't it? That camaraderie, that real spirit. And, well, I don't think Conan's taking it home. I think Ada's taking it home.
She's taken a shine to it, hasn't she? But I agree. And it's making memories, building friendships, as well as, obviously the serious action, that all happens up on the Oki. But, yeah, it is wonderful to see. And it's a great moment for Conan to share with his family.
And this is what this sport is all about, particularly at this level, where there really is a family spirit towards it. You tour with each other week in, week out. Of course, we mentioned that element of most players aren't full-time. So this is a part-time semi-professional thing, and so everyone has to take everyone under their wing, and that's why darts is such a great family, isn't it?
Yeah, and as you say, there's a lot of dart players, but actually, when you come to think of it, when you're travelling, the ones that travel, that's a small pool of people that you're with week in, week out. So yeah, absolutely, you do build lifelong friendships. It does become this kind of extension of your own family, as well as, you know, the likes of me and probably Conan. We bring our actual family with us as well. So it's everyone involved, and it's just great to see moments like that.
Shall we get back to the conversation we were beginning with?
We were distracted.
Shane McGurk, Scott Mitchell's mentioned it in the past, that when he won the Lakeside, there was a different pressure on his shoulders. People really wanted to beat him in a way that maybe they didn't want to before they won that title. Shane's got to adapt to a different type of pressure, hasn't he, this year?
Yeah, and you could probably liken it to maybe when we get someone that drops off the Pro Tour, when they come here, they've got that little, possibly a bit of added target to their back. And because they've obviously been playing most recently at that top professional level. So it's probably just about how you manage yourself and your own thoughts about it as well, because Shane has more than enough capability to be picking up more and more titles. It's just obviously focusing on the darts and not worrying about the titles that have already come and gone.
Right, let's bring it back then to tonight and round up the night as a whole, because we mentioned it being a night of opportunity for a lot of players. Obviously, Conan going out early added to that particular fact. But what we have also seen is also players being enough, like Alexander Mashek, who I'll admit, Monday morning I didn't know too much about, but having seen him for 6 days, there's a player that really looks like could become a real key player possibly to this over the next few series to come.
Yeah, and he's definitely, in Czechia, and obviously, the other areas that he's been playing in. He's a Euro Tour qualifier and things. So people were aware of him, but like you say, just not perhaps at the level of other players in the field. So yeah, it's what I love about the Super Series, because we get to see them, and not just the one-off games. It's game after game after game. He's definitely one to keep an eye on. As to be fair, I didn't know much about Ronan before coming into this tournament, and he made the final.
He's definitely made a name for himself this week, because Ronan McDonald. Let's round up then what we have seen tonight. We'll have a look at the results from Saturday's session here at the Super Series. That 4-0 win for Alexander Mashek feels like a long time ago now. I do want to mention as well Carl Sneed, who has had a really good start to 2025, really good Q score, won a Challenge Tour event. He's going to be going to the Pro Tour on Monday and Tuesday. On the evidence of what you've seen with Carl, of course, he's got that element of free hit because obviously he's not on the tour. In terms of his level of play, how do you think he could match up in that Pro Tour environment?
Well, what I've seen at the Challenge Tour and the kind of top end of his game, coupled with moments that we've seen through tonight, he was unlucky in that match against Sam Spivey. It was Sam who actually just kicked on in that fourth leg and totally dominated just to win out. But yeah, I've seen some really good stuff from him, not just here, but obviously, as I say, at the Challenge Tour as well. And if he can maintain that kind of level, he can be definitely a threat.
Final word belongs to the champion tonight, Sam Spivey. If he plays to the level he has done this week, how genuine a contender could he be to win Champions Week?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said before, it feels quite open at this stage. I know we've got still a few more weeks to fill and a few more champions to kind of to find. But yeah, from what I've seen, especially in that Group C stage, I think what I saw there, then the consistency, the level, and the 180 hitting at this most wonderful time to set up a finish. Things like that have been really solid from him. So if you can just build on that and the confidence, obviously he's got a bit of a wait now before we see him here again. But yeah, he definitely can be a contender.
Very quick, I don't want to play tomatoes and tomatoes, but he looks like another one of those off the assembly line of the ADC, maybe like a Tom Sykes.
Yeah, I agree. Tom Sykes, I think we likened it to also like Marvin, obviously from over in Europe and stuff. So I just think what's coming through the ADC and the levels they're playing and the area that he plays in, I think up in the north, there's just such big competition. I think he's going to be, I'd like to think he's going to grow in confidence from this and just get better and better.
Well, Laura, great to be in your company. Thank you so much as ever. We shall see you again soon. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up once we're done this evening. The first of our series of The Story Of. That begins with Gerwyn Price. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then after that, highlights of Series 7 Finals night. A lot of people say that is the greatest ever finish to a Super Series campaign. You can watch that into the wee hours tonight here on Pluto TV. We're going to be back at 9:30 on Monday morning for the beginning of week 4 here at the MODUS Super Series. But as far as tonight is concerned, it was the man from the seaside that kept his cool. It was all about Spivey Man. He's the hero of the hour. Bye-bye for now.
Match start at double 16. And he does not need asking twice. You can see how much he enjoyed that. Tops. 11 darter to win it. He was saving nothing. The average will come down, but Carl Sneed is off and running. But it's a game that Sam Spivey wins. And Whitehead does leave week 3 with a win. Spivey wins, gets the legs he needs.
Good guide. It's a great guide, and we are at 3 apiece.
That one wasn't. And he finds a 13 darter just when he needs it. But now you can. A tremendous semi-final. Really has turned up. Who told him to do that?
Winning chances, and this time it is taken by Sam Spivey, who picks up the week 3 title with a 4-1 victory over Ronan.
So please show your appreciation for Sam Spivey.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is. And that was it.
Finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.